we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Napoleon another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome everyone to day 4. We are going into this. I'm wondering if we're going to get into kind of more detailed witnesses, or if there is more of the, procedural witnesses going ahead. I am doing okay. Still not liking the cold, but we figured I have my heater going, so we are good. And I mean, we aren't getting any more snow right now, so that's always good. I've moved the live stream from Law and Crime. They seem to have better audio than Court TV. I've moved it to right as we start the day. So let's just jump into this because I am interested to see what they're going to address this morning. I love this judge. I love that both the state and the defense are doing a pretty good job working together to keep this trial going, and not bog the, timeline down with a bunch of bickering about ridiculous things, but working together. So let's figure out what is going on. Don't forget we have bingo cards. I do have all of the words picked up or on my screen, so I'm going to try to do better at calling out terms. It's still a work in progress, but let's get into this. I'll have closed captions on. Let's see what's happening today.
It's been fun.
Yeah, maybe it is 3-7.
No, I'm not. You are unmuted.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yes for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me just get my computer up and running, and then I'll talk about a few things that I want to address with the counsel before the jury comes in. Just give me a minute.
I like that she comes in with an agenda. She's working on things. I swear to goodness, I have no idea what Bev did, but it was always like she used one of those cootie catchers if you were in middle school, like, will I marry, Ben from homeroom? Orange, yellow, blue. I swear that's how it felt like she just made her motions.
I guess I'll hear from the parties first about the issue that we discussed at the side of the bench. Attorney Porges referred to it as the 2010 or 1020 issue. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to say to the court about that issue?
Your Honor, only that looking at the memorandum the defense submitted, that also said 20 as a potential penalty would be the only thing the Commonwealth would add at this point.
You mean the prior sentencing memo?
Yes.
All right. Defense.
So, Your Honor, we were unclear at that time what exactly the colloquy was going to look like. And so I was giving the court the spread of the potential. The way it has worked out is different. As the court noted, there were not admissions to allegations with respect to misleading on that charge.
That's not necessary for the court to take the plea on that charge, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm just saying, answering the court's question is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread. As the factual basis stands now, there very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
So let me tell you what I'm doing on my end and what.
So, basically, what is going on here, if you haven't maybe been able to catch the case or you're just dropping in today, no problems. I'll try to give you a little bit of a understanding of what's going on. So, Brian Walshe was going to go on trial for three crimes, three charges. Right as the trial was beginning to go, basically voir dire picking out the jury, he decided to go ahead and plead to the obstruction of justice, or basically lying to the police, and the movement of Anna's body. Now, since he went ahead and pled to both of those, it seems like there's a bit of back and forth. The state, there is a range between 10 to 20 years that he could possibly be looking at for the obstruction of justice charge. Now, what the defense is saying is that there might be some statutory issues, the way that the statute is written, that might hold the state, if he pled guilty to this charge, to just the minimum of 10 years, and they're not allowed to even have this range. This does sound very ticky-tacky, so I'm sure it's going to be something that would need to have case law behind it. And I would recommend, since I'm not a lawyer, if you want a maybe more detailed analysis of this, I know Emily D. Baker is covering this as well. And, you know, I'm not here for the numbers. If you have a question and she might be better at answering it, then, you know, go over there for a little bit, get her smartness, and come back over here if you want to hang out and do bingo, because I am not a lawyer, but that's kind of what I'm gathering from this.
I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time. The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable, or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer, in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years. The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it, when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation. It seems to me the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years, which is triggered when an individual misleads the police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment, then becomes an issue for the court to decide. We could debate as to what standard. It almost feels like, sort of feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up. But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken about whether or not the defendant has been found guilty or not of any life felony, and not now. Because
And this might have been a strategy for the defense to maybe, okay, look, you can get a deal on pleading to these two and get at the lowest amount possible, or have the judge consider these prior to, you know, the jury considering all of this. That does kind of make sense, because I've never seen this in a trial. Now, I've only been watching trials for about 4 years, But I've never seen a defense attorney ask a judge to sentence their client to the charges they pled to prior to the jury coming back with a verdict. And his male defense attorney, again, I'm terrible with names. I call him Old Man River. He was very keen on the very first day of this trial to go ahead and get Brian sentenced. He was like, "Are we sentencing my client today?" And the judge was a bit taken aback. She didn't really, at that point, have any issue with it. But I think upon further reflection, and with the way that maybe the defense is trying to find a way to get him on the lower end of the penalty, potentially for the lying to police officers, it does look like this cynically was a strategy to circumvent what would be a possible guilty verdict by the jury and get their client the lowest sentence possible for those two crimes that he admitted to. Yeah, I do believe that she is still having both sides write motions about if that evidence should be brought in. So I think that's something that she might address next, or it might be at the end of the day. She seems to be fairly on top of things, but I think that is something that they're still going over now.
Could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony. So I am going to put off the sentencing on the two charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge, so that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue. And I encourage the parties to continue to research whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standard? Now, if the jury's verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that part for the higher penalty is beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where I stand with regard to that.
And I think that's the general logic of why you don't pre-sentence things until the end of a trial, because you're basically trying to predict something that you have no idea how it's going to move forward. So that's why it is pretty standard to wait, even if you've pled to something, to do the sentencing at the end of the trial.
Yes?
Me?
Did you say something?
No, I was just whispering to Mr. Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder than you thought. Anyway, I also want to, I understand from the emails that came to me last night that the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fastow messages coming in. Is that right?
I'm not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like a...
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be
Well,
easier.
no.
No. Okay.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion. And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in, so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the my thought process with regard to the William Fastow text messages, to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walshe. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walshe had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fastow and Anna Walshe as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence.
So this is actually really important. And again, go to an actual law person to kind of really flesh this out. But basically, key to our justice system is your right to confront those who are accusing you. And there are a gajillion and 12 rules about that with subsections and all of that. And one of the subsections, one of the exceptions is if the person that would be speaking out against you is no longer alive. If you're accused of being the one to take that person's life, or in certain circumstances, if the witness has passed and has already testified, you can read in a transcript. You can make a note that they are deceased. This is how they, testified before, or you can use it to try to flesh out, they call it a state of mind, but basically, try to get a bit of the truth of what was going on in that particular, victim's life from them. So I'm guessing that within these, messages are very damning things about Brian, and that's why the defense has been working so hard to keep them out. It does seem like the defense is flip-flopping, because at the start of the trial, the defense was very, very interested in getting a lot of these text messages taken out. They wanted to pare down everything in the list. The state was willing to bring in all of the text messages, even ones that didn't really have anything to do with the case. The defense was arguing that hey, let's just keep things close to the case. And then they flip-flopped several days later, just yesterday, and said, you know what? We want all of the text messages to go in because we're afraid that if, the state's allowed to cherry pick, they're going to be putting up things that might not be, fully within context. So it does seem very odd that the defense is, again, flip-flopping. So the judge right now is saying, look, under statutes, under this case, in our, jurisdiction, I am allowed to let this evidence in to speak to Anna's state of mind. And, again, if you want to go check with Emily D. Baker or lawyer, they'll have more of the, again, form and function, why this happens. I just love this judge. Can she judge everything? Like taking time, making orders, getting the court to run efficiently.
Is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period. End of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the
This also makes me, it makes it a little more clear, at least to me, and I could be reading this very wrong, why the defense is going so hard that Brian did not know about the affair. Brian didn't know. Because if he did know, and, you know, there are any text messages that say, I'm afraid if he finds out, basically Brian not knowing about the divorce or about the affair is part of his defense, that I wasn't quite sure how it made sense, but given the way that the statute is written, that the likelihood has to be that both the victim and the defendant were aware of the state of mind. Yeah.
defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fasto and Anna Walshe. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walshe told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is at the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walshe told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fasto around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walshe told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fasto the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fasto, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time,
Okay. That seems
as we do in many
fair.
cases. So that's that.
All right, you can mark thug, judge, and paper shuffle.
And what about ID number?
5 for ID.
I is the next one? Thank you. Parties need to raise with the court.
Your Honor, If I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions of the fast-out messages that I think would take out some of the concerns that you had. We're having a printer issue this morning, so we couldn't make a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation.
All right, as I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have.
And
it
I don't
sent
know
to-
how you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as I rule on it. So maybe are you saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
I think so. So I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that made. I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fastow, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right, it's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the day's work.
And I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from?
May Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down?
Sure.
Thank you, Ron.
And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring to the court's attention before the jury comes in? Bring them in.
Brian, are you with us today? He looks stone-dish. How much Dimetap did they give him? This is definitely not the same Brian we saw the first couple days. He looks very blank. And again, as I have said before, defendants are darned if they do, darned if they don't. If he were crying, we would be judging that. If he's smiling, we judge that. So I do understand that he is in a no-win situation, objectively. Now, subjectively, I think he's got a lot of explaining to do about all of the evidence we've heard thus far.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having interest in the honorable justice standing for the justice of the Philadelphia Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's have a call to Massachusetts in this humble court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phones.
Welcome back and good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, we'll start today with the questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you given up on answering to me? Let's try that again. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and not take in any news media? And were you able to avoid talking to anyone about this case? Yes. And you all
Okay,
still
her
have
weirdly
open minds?
looking into each juror's eyes is kind of odd. But if you are new to watching trials, welcome. I started watching trials about 4 years ago when I got hurt and, couldn't move around as much. This is quite normal. If you're like, what in the Walmart rapture is going on here? Why is the judge talking to the jury? This is something that she'll do in the morning and as they're getting ready to get released every night until they go and start deliberating for the verdict. There are certain rules that every jury has to follow. Most of them are kind of normal. You can't talk about this to anyone. You can't look up and do your own investigation investigation. You can't talk to anyone involved in the trial. And for the sake of making sure the jury is, unimpeachable, she does have to ask these questions and give these reminders every time, every day. So if you were like, didn't she just say this yesterday? Are they really that bad that they can't remember? No, it's just part of procedure.
With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative, we're ready to start today's work, and I thank you for your continued vigilance to those rules, jurors. May call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls William Fastow.
All right. Buckle in, you guys. This was the gentleman that Anna was having an extramarital affair with, and I expect to see fireworks from the defense. And I actually have a judge's robe. I have nerve issues in my legs, so my husband and I, he's really good at budgeting, and we were able to save up for a very comfortable chair. So I actually have my heating on in the chair right now. But it does help me lift on days that my legs aren't so great too.
Right this way. Let's step up. Just watch your step forward. Thank you. Slide over. No, a little bit more. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow, Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is.
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
Just about 20 years.
Always in the DC area?
Not for nothing, but when they do studies of which careers have the most infidelity, guess which occupation is always near the top? Yeah, that's right, real estate. Who'd have thunk it?
Area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walshe was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Mutlow. They were looking for a home in the D.C. area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, D.C.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walshe before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
It was on 43rd Street in Northwest D.C.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase.
Since when did this become a Zillow listing? Also, for some reason, and I usually love polka dots, I do not like his tie. I hate it. I am just as confused as anyone else. I usually love polka dots, but for some reason it bothers me.
That led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walshe.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Anna in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Anna in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walshe come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walshe in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walsh?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Anna Walsh, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
Really?
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversation.
We were like the Golden Girls. I'd get out a cheesecake and then we'd bitch around the, dining room table eating our pain away. I love that they're trying to delicately, this is why I couldn't be a prosecutor. I would say, when did you start banging Anna? Would you say that you waited until she signed the deed? Were you working on getting her to sign two kinds of deeds?
About our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C. From Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
I feel like that answer could go very wrong. But sure, let's hear what he has to say. I'm sure they, went on long walks on the beach and listened to Jimmy Buffett.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple of fitness dates together, see movies, those sorts of things.
Fitness dates? Can I tell you all the hell no Mr. Mo would get if he was like, hey, you want to do a fitness Peloton date? Be like, screw you, take me to Krispy Kreme. Fitness dates? Ew. No, RSVP me no to a fitness date, okay? You want to do Tai Bo with me? No.
You said movies?
Yes.
And you said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Anna was very active physically. Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted a outdoor yoga event, and she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
Oh God, I hate him so much. Get her body back after the destruction of her children. Let me explain to you. You can do all the crunches in the world, but that skin isn't going to stretch back. And, there are some people, again, look, I had cellulite when I was 14, so there ain't never going to be a world that I have a thigh gap. But I love that he's like, she was trying to dial it back in as if her worth is any way intrinsically related to the tone she has in her body.
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of exercise
Through
did
the
she do?
windows?
She had a home gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there, and then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walsh in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages.
I am the princess. I don't even know this heifer. And I don't like her. That is what we call a unicorn sent to Earth to make the rest of us women feel shameful about our bodies. It's not her fault. We don't hate the player, we hate the game. And it's just not fair that some people are genetically blessed.
And a private messenger through Instagram.
Did she use a cell phone?
Yes.
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
One.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just one.
And the cell phone number that you used to communicate with Anna, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her post using your name?
Yes, I did.
Your full name?
Whatever, yes, that my account's under.
So the townhouse that you sold Anna, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in DC overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, well, was the home furnished?
Yes.
And how was
She
the,
had furnished it.
okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as...
Nest is such a weird word to use. I guess in context, yes, she's creating her own nest, but I usually only hear nest in like she's nesting in relation to a pregnant lady right before you go give birth.
Buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house, and the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy, and they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in DC?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time, she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Anna Walsh's state of mind.
Yes, and now again, I think the jury is smart enough to realize that this is coming from, a person carrying on an extramarital affair with her, and likely that's going to shade some of his testimony. But I think it is interesting that we're giving a different side to the marriage and a different side to why it was that Brian went out of his way to become the caregiver for the boys. It seems like Mr. Fasto is alleging that there was some manipulation of Brian being the sole caregiver for the children, so he would get a more lenient sentence in his federal case, or just be, confined to the home because he was the only one to care for the children.
And it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind, as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
Anna felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had...
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Yes, so you can go ahead and mark sidebar surprise. This is going to be a highly contentious thing. Again, Brian's defense kind of hinges upon him maintaining he was a loving husband. This was the love of his life. He had no idea about the divorce. There was no friction in their marriage. There was nothing. And that's why he was so despondent, so hysterically messed up when he found her passed away, that he went in, all choppy. Now, I'm guessing that what he was about to say is that his lawyer in the federal case had instructed him that, should any of the child care responsibilities shift, he would be eligible to go to prison. So, and sadly for Brian, the way he has continued to minimize things in his interviews and the way he doesn't seem to barely take responsibility, you could be forgiven for presuming or inferring that he's just the type of man who would, actively become a stay-at-home dad to get out of punishment. So I foresee this being an incredibly hard fought testimony with a lot of sidebars, because I doubt that the defense wanted that to be said.
I did not know.
Did you tell? Did you keep your relationship with Anna secret?
I did not know.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Anna?
Yes.
Did you socialize together with any of Anna's friends?
We did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Anna ever discuss with you telling Brian Walsh about her relationship with you?
Yes. Anna felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
Overlooking the strike against her integrity for sleeping with someone when she's married. I mean, look, again, she's not here to defend herself, but I'm confused how it's better morally for you to be the one to tell your husband that you're cheating versus maybe just not cheating.
So, at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say that your relationship became more serious?
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
And how would you describe it?
Anna had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C., following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
At that point, were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes,
And at that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes,
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
we did.
And what plans did you and Anna have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
And when did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did,
And how long were you in Dublin?
until the 27th.
And then where did Anna go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after Dublin?
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Anna have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes,
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
we drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Anna go after dinner in Annapolis?
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day, in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
And do you, do you know where Anna went on Christmas Day?
She eventually ended up driving back to Massachusetts.
And, I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. So she went to Massachusetts, to Cohasset?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walsh reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had an argument about it, and there were some points of contention.
Did you and Anna discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C., and the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
Was there any discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Anna was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
When was the last time, I'm sorry, were you and Anna making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's. Was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go to any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Anna works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York.
Yeah, confrontation, he did switch it to conversation. Again, this is making a more clear picture of kind of what I suspected, that, Anna Walsh was the one in charge of bringing home the money, and Brian Walsh was responsible for spending the money. And yeah, if he basically became the caregiver just to stay out of prison, which seems to be a bit of the way it is being portrayed now, then yeah, I can understand that. What I don't get, Miss Anna, and I know you're not here to defend yourself, but picking a man to have Thanksgiving with and not going home to the children that you are bitching about that you want in your life. Your actions tell what you really care about. And if you were really, really upset that you couldn't be home with your children, you wouldn't be hanging out with polka dot tie guy. You'd be you'd be with your children on Christmas. I'm sorry. Look, I get she's not here. I'm sure there are things that happen, but that part I don't get. I don't get, on one hand, complaining that you never get to see your kids and then actively, choosing to stay in Washington, D.C., with your boyfriend. That's not a death sentence, though, and it shouldn't have led to whatever happened in that house.
And we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Anna while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
Within the application of Instagram, you can send a private message to users.
And did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Anna to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
Yeah, imagine meeting your, the woman you've been having a relationship's husband in a courtroom.
A brief break. Use
All
the
right.
Facilities, grab some water. We'll be back out shortly.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
And you can mic art fraud. And have a great lunch, Wolfram.
You can get off the stand for a minute.
What's hard is you didn't.
I'll give you
redacting.
a few minutes to take a look at those redactions, and
Okay.
when you're ready for me to come back out on the bench to address those, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So it looks like they are going to go through the redactions that the state kind of offered.
Did we reach agreement on the text messages?
We did not. We were hoping for a ruling from you.
All right. What page?
So, Your Honor, it's difficult because they numbered the pages, but they took out whole pages and sections, so they don't correspond. I have visually done it. That might be easier to approach so I can show you side by side.
All right. Approach.
All righty.
Okay.
Just hold up the jurors so the witness can get in the witness box, so we're not having an intersection here.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
The defense's attorney's hair looks frazzled today.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Fassel, do you recognize that document?
Yes, these are the text messages that I provided law enforcement.
Thank you. And who are these text messages with?
They're between Anna Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it? Well, I'll have somebody count that.
43 pages.
43 pages. 43 pages of text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence.
And how I wrote that in my notes were AW and side piece packet, 43 pages. Again, why they don't let the jurors keep their notes. Notes are solid gold.
As Exhibit 145.
Thank you.
Miss Peanut, actually, you didn't miss a whole lot. In fact, we are getting into kind of the more ticky-tacky part of this is Mr. Fastow, the gentleman that Anna was having an affair with. He is the first witness for today. We are still in the state's direct, but we are getting to the point where kind of the contentious messages between him and Anna are getting ready to be introduced. Neither parties could agree between what should be redacted and what should be included. So the judge has kind of, she's whiffled back and forth, and so have the defense, to be honest. The defense was first wanting redactions, then they wanted all of the text put in, and now it seems like they're asking for redactions again. So it is kind of up in the air, but expect this to be a very contentious witness. He has already put in testimony that Anna was getting resentful of Brian's use as the primary caregiver of the children as sort of a way to stay home and out of prison because he was the primary caregiver. So it seems like she was upset that she couldn't bring her children down to Washington, D.C., and that Brian wasn't working hard to fix his criminal past and was spending money kind of wildly when he wasn't bringing anything in. Now, this is in direct opposition to the defense, who claims that, you know, they had a lovely marriage. There was no fight or argument. They had no money troubles. They could pay that $400K restitution back, you know, with their eyes closed. It didn't matter. And that Anna was perfectly happy and in love. She was just having an affair. So a lot of things are being said that aren't great. Now, the jury and the judge has instructed them. The only thing that they are allowed to take from this testimony is sort of what Anna's mental state was. And again, the jury can decide, hey, this guy was having an affair. You know, we don't trust him. Or they can say, okay, well, maybe he's giving us a different side, but it will be up to the jury to basically decide the truthfulness of what he is saying and what weight they give on, you know, what Anna's words say. But it has been a pretty big contentious issue, so expect a lot of objections, sidebars, and things like that.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I might again approach the witness and stand there for one moment.
You may.
Mr. Fastow, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Anna Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Anna text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, Lord.
And going to page $40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Anna had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
Granny Smith, the reason Brian Walsh had an ankle monitor at the time of this crime was because he was awaiting sentencing for a federal art fraud, or I guess wire fraud and theft charges, all stemming to do with an Andy Warhol that he tried to sell to a gallery that was fraud. It's a whole bag of crazy, but basically he tried to defraud a bunch of people.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
And sir, these text messages also discuss intimacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And your trip to Dublin?
Yes.
And you also received a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Anna, and one of them is on
Are we confused on what day? February?
Apologize, Your Honor.
We have lost the plot. If you didn't have paper shuffle, you can add it now. And cough, because we heard someone cough.
One of them is with her son, is that right?
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
And she sent you that, and it says Anna and her son, is that correct?
Yes.
And she's showing you something that he made her, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
And is that the necklace she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
It will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
Thank you. And Your Honor, this is blurred per the court's instructions.
Yes, so can I just see it quickly? All right, so can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
I do like this judge. I think she's being very careful to make sure that everything that's shown to the jury is probative and not prejudicial, to the point where she is giving editing, like you can use half of this photo. I don't want any children in this one. She's being very careful to not allow either side to sort of manipulate emotions. And I do like that this judge is very clear in her boundaries. And then I like the fact that, again, both the defense and the state are very good about asking questions. Okay, is this over the line? What can I say in this circumstance? And that's not always the case in trials where the two sides won't work together to do that kind of stuff.
Walsh's face is blurred out. It wasn't that way in the original, but it's relevant to your decision making. So that's why I've instructed that it be blurred. All right, thank you.
I'd ask that that now be published for the jury.
Let's see. I know I did. We can do art fraud. Let's see here. Paper shuffle. Cough. I think that's it so far. Although I'm about to give this prosecutor a vocal crime strike just because her voice is pure, uncut, like ambient. It nearly puts me to sleep.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Did she also send you a photo on New Year's Eve as well?
She did.
May I approach?
You may.
I ask if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Anna, our mutual friend Jen Mutlow, and one of her children.
I ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Anna Walsh, Jem Metlu, and the minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit 147.
Your Honor, this photograph is not redacted of the child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
Exhibit 147. When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Anna?
I did.
And when did you make those plans?
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th to celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
And what had you and Anna discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work. But I had always said to Anna that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian and what she wanted to look like for her life before, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
And did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you have dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
What was the last contact that you had with Anna Walsh?
I received a text message from Anna. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
And then did you send her anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query and then a couple of other texts over the next day or two that were not responded to.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
Were you concerned?
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walsh after you sold the townhouse to Anna?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you answer that call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
Way brave move.
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days, and frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call, so maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Did Brian Walsh leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
You know, if she was really the love of your life, if you were really in love with Anna to the point that you were discussing 1, 2, 3, 5-year, 10-year plans, I mean, you're not man enough to stand up to your husband when you're, banging his wife? I'm sorry. Good night. This entire case is cursed.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the voicemail be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The voicemail message from Brian Walsh to William Fasto is now in evidence as Exhibit 148.
I'd ask Ms. Gilman to play that now.
Good afternoon, William. It's Brian Walsh. Hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there, or it was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have had contact with her, calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine, and you can reach me at 617-929-8646. Thanks.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I immediately called Brian back.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Anna had been missing since New Year's Day. And I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
And what did you, did you do that?
I did.
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Anna usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Anna have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Volkswagen Taos.
Did she have one car, 2 cars, if you know?
Just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
And again, you guys, the really chilling thing for me, and I do think that the jurors are now thinking about this, that really, hey, I'm Brian. I'm just looking for Anna. Do you have anything going on? Anna died, agreed by both sides, somewhere just prior to 4:50 in the morning on January the 1st. He called. See, the voicemail was on the 4th. So this is after he has already either A, found her dead, or B, unalived her and dismembered her. Again, the personality and sort of, I don't know, makeup you would have to be able to continue, calling people and saying, hey, my wife's missing. I don't know where she is. I mean, after you have put on a hazmat suit to chop her into little tiny pieces, creating 10 bags worth of, evidence, it boggles my mind.
You may.
Do you recognize that necklace?
Yes.
What is that?
It is it's a Gucci pendant necklace that Anna wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Do you also recognize...
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor.
And Tammy, I am sorry. I hope that you get some answers and you get a way to breathe a little better. Good on you for recognizing that you probably need some help. So I hope everything goes okay.
Do you recognize anything else in the photograph?
She's wearing a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece. And I believe it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she's wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred at...
You may, and you can publish it electronically, and you can do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Go right ahead,
Thank you.
as you wish.
Thank you. You had said that you had communicated with her after New Year's Eve. Did you only text her, or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that on text message, through Instagram, or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay. Thank you. And have you seen Anna Walsh since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
Now, expect the defense
Cross-exam.
might get spicy.
Good morning.
This will be interesting. This will be one of the second times that Miss Porges does the interrogation or the cross. Usually it is Old Man River, but both of them have allergies to the damn microphone. So you can go ahead and put, let's see here, cursed audio and vocal crimes. That counts as a vocal crime because if I can't hear you. Now, I will say that Law and Crime seems to have better audio. So if you ever want to watch, go back and watch a specific part, if my big mouth happens to be running, I have found that Law and Crime has better audio in comparison to Court TV.
You had mentioned that you met Anna Walsh, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022?
Yes.
And you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu?
Correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate business?
He is.
Okay. And at first you were introduced because Mrs. Walsh was looking for a property in the DC area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walsh, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hard work?
Would you braid each other's hair and talk about who you have a crush on? Okay, let's see where the defense is going with this one.
What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay. Let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Anna Walsh in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December I guess it would have been 2021.
Okay, so just a few months.
Well,
Yeah.
when you want to be honest
And you
about
had
it.
2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh, Anna Walsh, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walsh about some charges on a credit card.
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money.
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that there was...
All the state needs to do at that point is say, "Sir, is your ex-wife still alive?" Because there you go. Did you happen to hide 10 bags of evidence at your mom's apartment complex dumpster? Has your wife not been seen for 3 years? Yeah, I get what the defense is trying to do here, but that is such a dumbass question to ask.
an argument, I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because she was delayed in coming home
Yes.
Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day, they have 3 sons, and her flight gets canceled, and she's late coming up, right?
Yes.
And so from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes.
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So 1 for each boy, and then a master bedroom for Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Anna Walsh, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes.
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM, you would DM each other?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs?
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs. She had attended a yoga event that I had hosted.
Okay.
And she had posted a picture of herself at that event, and I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up.
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing.
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram page, you weren't posting pictures of the 2 of you on that page?
I was not.
Okay. The timeline of your relationship with Anna, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment, but I know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think, that things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So from the spring of 2022 through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Anna Walsh, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you?
I had asked Anna what Brian's reaction would be if she
My
ever found out.
question is not what you asked her. My question is, at no point did she ever come to you concerned and say, I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you?
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Anna because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Anna then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
So I guess I'm not asking if you felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, I suppose.
My question to you is, did Anna ever text you or call you and say, look, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Anna never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Anna Walsh.
Yes.
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Anna Walsh, they weren't connected to Brian in any way?
No. Except for Jem Mutlow.
Jem, okay, and did Jem Mutlow ever come to DC?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay. And as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlow about your relationship with Anna?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Anna never told Jem Mutlu about your relationship.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
I don't know what Anna told Jem Mutlow or what she didn't.
So Jem Mutlu was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You guys, or you were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay.
Well, you're not getting any more referrals from Jem. Just an associate, you asshole.
Did you and Anna ever socialize with Jem Mutlu together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I recall.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Anna, flirt with her in front
No.
of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were keeping this from a mutual friend of yours?
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlow and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Anna. We've had
Okay, everyone's an asshole. Can we move forward? I don't really care if you played horizontal mamba. Let's just get to the relevant things. Obviously, you were hiding it. You were having an affair. You were being a sneaky little fucker. Can we just move this forward and not play word games? Please. Look, no one believes you farther than they can throw that awful tie. Okay, I doubt that you'll be selling any more houses to lonely housewives, or you'll be selling more to lonely housewives. It could be a niche move, I'm just saying. But can we stop equivocating? I mean, it's basically like you are on record as, being a homewrecker. Let's just, deal with the fallout to your reputation later.
conversations following Anna's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him. I mean, this is something that's played out over 3 years. So
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlu about your romantic relationship with Anna Walsh.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes.
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship?
He certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
Because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Anna were dating?
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Anna had conversations about your future.
Yes.
And going into the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho, Anna Walsh was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Anna to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
Not that I'm aware.
Well, you've been asked.
Yes, JKD Buck. And I have to say, look, I have adjudicated everyone in this love triangle a jackass. Mr. Fasto up here is trying to Bill Clinton his way through any definition of what is an affair. Look, I hate cheating, but it's not a death penalty offense. But this attempt by the witness to kind of like, I don't know who I told and I don't remember what happened. It's like, you've already been called out as trying to or having an affair with a married woman. At this point, just let your reputation go. Let it go. Let it go. You still look like asshole. I mean, again, you're fighting over what is the definition of is.
Questions and testified about this before, right?
That's correct.
And when you testified, am I correct that?
And welcome, Rosalind Duke Raiders. We are on day 4 of the Brian Walsh trial. Currently on the stand, on the witness stand, is the man that Anna was having an affair with. This is cross-examination, and the defense The defense continues to ask redonkulous questions. I'm going to be honest, everyone in the love triangle was an asshole, including Anna, in my personal opinion. Or let me just, let me put my speculation station hat on. I speculate they were all assholes. You don't cheat on your spouse, I don't care if he's a douche, and you don't go after a married lady. And then you certainly don't try to sell America on this ridiculous ass defense. So they're all assholes, okay? But this gentleman is currently fighting like Bill Clinton and trying to figure out the definition of is to get him out of trouble. The ship has sailed. Let it go, let it go. You still look like an asshole. Again. So that's pretty much the, train wreck that we are dealing with at the moment. But regardless of my thoughts about cheating, for which I do not recommend, I do not, at all, condone. Anna didn't deserve to die, and her children, for F's sakes, do not deserve to not know where their mother is. Now, let's see. If you are joining us, there has been a noticeable downgrade in both the demeanor and confidence of Brian and his redheaded defense attorney. The first few days, her ponytail was done and curled, and even had that little piece where you wrap it around so it looks all bougie and put together. Today, y'all, it looked like she put on sprayed some Febreze in there and just said YOLO. Brian, definitely yesterday, and it was somewhat noticeable that he did a lot more self-grooming, if you believe in body language. But once the evidence and pictures that were removed from the trash can were introduced yesterday, he looked visibly defeated. He looked somewhat high as balls today. So there you go. Yeah, so that's kind of a bit of a, kind of synopsis of what's just happened today. So we will go back. I do have a bingo card. Thus far, the squares that have been called is paper shuffle, cursed audio. I believe I had a deep sigh, sidebar surprise, objection, and vocal crimes, and thug judge.
Either Mr. Connor or Ms. Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walsh.
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
Yep. In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call that was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Anna, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
Okay. So there was no plan as Anna went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to Brian. I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to.
I mean, objectively, she was married to Brian. I mean, was she really blowing up a match made in heaven or hell? Still, do not ride another dude until you're rid of the dude you're riding currently. I don't have a lot of things I judge people about, but cheating is one of those things. I don't mind if you sleep with every Kit Kat and caboodle and furry in San Francisco. Just, don't cheat on your partners. I feel like, easy life rules to live by. It's not that damn difficult.
Tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
Objection.
Sustained.
That is correct.
Yes, cough and cursed audio.
You guys never communicated on Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes,
And did Anna have a Facebook page?
yes.
And did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walsh to the police?
He's like, yes, that's where I sent my Pepe memes. I'm telling her all about Kekistan, and I'm introducing her to kiwi farms.
I don't believe so.
Thank you, Squid, and have a good lunch.
I think you had told us that Anna would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Anna would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity was the word that she used, that if anyone was going to.
Yeah, make this logic make sense. So Anna wanted to protect her integrity per sneaky fucker over there she was banging, and wanted her mouth to be the one that Brian heard the affair about. Now, again, I get that he's maybe trying to make Anna look better. I'm guessing that the jury is going to, be very conscious of this is a man caught in an affair, having to go basically into a murder trial, talking about the, married chick he was banging. So there are a lot of, sort of factors that are going to have to be thought out by the jury as to how much of this they believe and, how much of this colors their verdict. But basically, no one ends up looking good in this, and the defense is not going to gain anything of value, I think, by, trying to, again, push through this cockamamie idea that Brian didn't know about the affair.
Tell him she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December, heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
She wanted to wait till Valentine's Day.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes.
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
Not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Anna's that also lived in D.C.?
Yes.
And she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you go to bars together.
Yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions?
Yes.
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walsh at those work functions?
That's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you went on boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Anna or with your friends?
Yes. The only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Anna's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in DC?
Yes.
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do, is there a real estate management company? I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there
And just a weird factoid I have learned in my many travels on Mornings with Mo and all the strange headlines I pull up. The most likely profession to cheat is, one of the top ones is real estate. The next is journalism and then nurses, I think. But real estate is definitely one of the top two. So it was just from the moment he filled out his resume, he was doomed.
professional capacity.
In a professional capacity, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional, or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming, because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people?
It wasn't
We
a
are not, but I was her
concert.
guest.
Excuse me?
I was her guest. I was invited by Anna Walsh.
No, I understand, but at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people.
No.
You had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh had talked to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
That was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to DC
Yes.
and live in that townhouse.
Yes.
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
Yes.
And so her job was, she had kind of the big job, so then that's where the family would go.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't.
Roughly, what the hell does this have to do with the price of tea in China? What in the name of all the... Okay, we'll continue. I'll allow it.
Honestly, no. I assume they were 9 to 5, unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function?
Yes.
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
Probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not just object.
Well, I'll talk to you about that in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
All right, please.
Yeah, this does...
Follow me.
So the issue in Cross and is that you have to stay within the scope of basically the scope of topics that were covered in direct. Now, the defense, there is nothing saying that the defense can't call him again as their witness and then go into whatever topics they want to. But this is going a bit far afield and out of the scope. Again, I am not a lawyer, so if you do want to know the actual legal reason, besides what I'm able to kind of, no child left behind, guess, I recommend that. I don't want to give you guys bad information. I just kind of logic things out, and I've watched trials for 5 years. He looks very zoned out today. I will say I noticed that he literally looks down his nose at everyone. His natural posture is to cant his head back and literally, quite literally, look down his nose at the world. If he ever looks like I'm zoning out or deeply studying him, that's what I'm doing. I'm like, because I tend to kind of tism out on certain things, I do tend to notice how people, their posture and things like that. And I've been keeping an eye on it, and he definitely cants his head in a way that he is quite literally, for the most of his life, looking down his nose at the world.
Objection.
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said,
She
sorry.
said he didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't all have to all be standing. He didn't.
Know what she was, her words.
Oh, that's fine.
She's just asking you to lay the foundation that he has a basis for knowing.
Okay.
Anybody need anything?
No, thank you.
All right.
All rise.
All right, so it does look like they are going on their break, so we'll just...
Right.
All rise.
I thought she said they were going on their break. Okay, yeah. I hate it when it jumps back just a little bit. So I do like that starting a little bit later, we do fast forward through most of the breaks. And we kind of end at the same time. Oh, it looks like she corrected her ponytail. It's much sleeker than it was earlier this morning.
Just watch your step. You can just remain standing for a moment, okay?
Yes, sir.
What in the hell is that posture? Why does he look like he's pushing out his badonkadonk? Sir, this ain't no honky-tonk and ain't nobody ever wanted your badonkadonk. He does seem to be, look, we're going to go ahead and put the speculation hat on again. This man looks high as balls, all right? Not that I know what I'm talking about, but he, compared to how engaged he was on the first and second day, and even for the majority of the third day until the bloody photographic evidence was starting to come in, he looks so out of it. He has sort of been engaging, but there has been something off about him all day today. Now, I do, and let me, before I take the speculation cap off, the cap of speculation, I do want to say that I put a 63% probability up on, depending on how today and tomorrow go with more witnesses, that Brian will sit through this weekend and possibly plead. I don't think Brian had any idea. I think he had thought he was prepared mentally, but I don't think that the jury is buying this. I think he is seeing on the faces of the jury that they are not buying this cockamamie story. I think that Brian has always been the type of person that has been able to charm. Mommy gets him out of trouble, all of this. I think this is the first time that charm has not worked for him. And he is bereft of ideas to fix this. And I do wonder if, in sitting in his cell for the entire weekend, if he will decide that he can't do this, because the defense has said that he is going to take the stand. But he's going to have to sit through medical examiners, through people showing the bloody towel and the rug. And I'm sorry, but if she were passed away when the blood was spilled, it wouldn't be that voluminous. A dead body does not spray or leak blood at the same rate as a body with a pumping heart. And a lot of those stains looked like that was a fairly forceful, bloodletting incident. So I would not be shocked if come this weekend, come Monday morning, there's not another plea. Again, I put it at 63%. It's just as likely that with his personality and his, ability to, in his own estimation, be charming, that he will see this out to the end and force us to listen to his dumbass testimony. Now, again, I am trying to be objective, but I can only put up with a defense or anybody asking me to buy something utterly stupid for so long. I can only suspend my disbelief to certain levels. And what the defense is asking everyone and the jury to buy is beyond parody at this point. And his posture is standing out to me because he did not stand this way yesterday, because it would have ticked out my tismy thoughts had I noticed this. He's also been yawning a lot today. I think that's the 6th or 7th yawn that he's done. Again, it could be possible. I'm not going to put the hat on again. Look, but speculatively that he was complaining of anxiety and the prison might have given him something, that's possible. JKD Buck, like I said, I'm of two minds. I don't think that he's emotionally strong enough to sit through the testimony that he's going to have to sit through. I'm more heavily leaning toward him breaking down during testimony and pleading. But I'm not Miss Cleo, and humans are strange and never do what you predict anyway. Yeah, you can mark high witness.
Thank you, sir.
You can voice up for me, please, okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about whether or not there was any definitive plan for Anna to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together,
Yes.
but you never had extensive, concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at the time, at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
If you mean that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that because...
Okay, yeah, because let's throw morals around here. Were you, in a position where you were free? Look, again, as we have already discussed, everyone is asshole here, okay? But I contend that cheating on your, soon-to-be ex-wife with someone else's wife, while terrible, is a lot less terrible than, hiding your wife's chopped up body to the point where they can't flippin' flapjack find it. I mean, if we're gonna throw, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. As a non-cheater, let me pick up a rock, okay, y'all? You're all idiots. Can we proceed?
Your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Yes, I did say that.
And if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over, apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023.
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I?
You certainly may.
Am I correct in the text messages that you provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, "He can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now." Right?
Yes.
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Anna Walsh that.
Yes,
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Anna Walsh with your 2 young boys.
correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes,
At the same time you were having conversations just about her marriage and your relationship, you knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Anna would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
yes,
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
yes.
And you knew from
Okay, having never been in this situation, like, wouldn't you feel icky enough about cheating on your partner that you wouldn't maybe want to bring them up when you're doing the horizontal mambo? I mean, far be it for me, but I mean, if I'm cheating, I'm pretty sure I would be cheating because I didn't want to deal with the problems in my marriage, not talk about them with you. Okay. Again, not being well versed in this, I don't know.
from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
Very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walsh, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
This makes sense. I don't like my husband enough to bang another dude, but I want to sing his praises to said dude I'm banging. As I said, humans are weird and who the hell knows what we'll do.
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walsh had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walsh had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful.
Yes,
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
that's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Anna Walsh. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had had over the term of our relationship.
Well, why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Anna that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
Oh, good God. As I said, I adjudicate them all idiots. Oh my God. This is not a good look for the state. If what he passed over was edited in any way, that is not a good look. It's not, and I call balls and strikes. Look, I don't want the state to cherry pick evidence and use lying by omission. I don't want this witness to edit things again that would have made him look bad. So I'm glad that the defense was able to get this out, because that the jury needs to know that these aren't the complete text. They need to know that he edited things that he wasn't comfortable getting out into public prior to giving things to the state, and the jury needs to do with that whatever they will. They're the ones that get to decide whether they take anything from this testimony or nothing.
But you weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassness from whatever you had sent.
Yeah.
can confirm there were peen pictures in there. This man's dong was sent on DMs, allegedly in Minecraft. But since things were redacted, that's what I'm guessing was redacted. Just for issues and giggles. Like, I was super embarrassed. Look, I was so vulnerable. I talked about all of my feelings. No, they were dong pics. In my headcanon.
Okay.
Stop with the eyebrow, sir. I can't tell if you're constantly confused or having a stroke.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Now, he walks like he was recently doing really heavy squats.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Christopher Murphy.
Right this way, sir. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y,
What do you do for work, sir?
construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company. I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so
It's okay.
it's been a while.
All right. So you were working at a painting company.
Yes,
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
a year.
And in that time, what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called, a bunch of people that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. Okay. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
And if I were to tell it to you, would you, actually, I'll ask you right now, do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years, you haven't enough time to remember where you worked.
I don't remember my own number. But
all right. So at that point in time, was the number 774-534-2005 your work number?
Possible.
Okay, possible. So
He sounds like me. Like, look, if you involve math, I ain't answering definitively. I was just about to say that, JKD Buck. I wonder if he'll eat durian.
now, you said that you were calling people offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was...
And welcome, Baker Raiders. We just got done with the last witness, kind of a big witness. He was the gentleman who Anna was having an affair with. I don't think it went well for the state or the defense. Everyone involved in this love triangle, Brian, Anna, and the dude that she was banging, they all end up looking like butt heads, in my opinion. Brian, for what we already know, he pled guilty to, and Anna and the other dude, because they were cheating on their spouses. This particular gentleman, I don't know where he fits in, but he used to work at a painting, I guess, as a painter, and he was calling random old customers to see if they wanted to take advantage of a painting special.
In the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
Oof. January.
Okay. Early or late?
Yeah, early, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walsh?
Let's see, Stephen Bear, 1610. I take umbrage to the term high as balls. Exactly at what age our balls are we? Look, he is communing with Cheech and Chong as we speak, allegedly in Minecraft. That is total speculation, but the man looks like he's having an out-of-body experience, or me every time I go to the DMV, so...
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walsh?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
Quick? Was it a phone call or a text message?
It was a phone call.
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on during that day.
Okay. And you said you received a text?
Yeah.
To a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And you're on the coach?
Yes.
Oh,
Do you recognize these images, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they, sir?
They were pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir, are they the pictures that were sent to you, or are they pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And are they your phone?
Yes.
This Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone, of the messages, are now in evidence as Exhibit 150, 151.
I believe they're doing this to show that the damage to the ceiling happened prior to whenabouts maybe it happened, because when they did their first initial walkthrough of the house, when they initially thought it was in fact a missing persons case, the room that Brian slept in had a bunch of the ceiling off of it, specifically in the area between joists. So say you were trying to, I don't know, just speculating, stuff something in the attic, and maybe you've never done manual labor in your life, so you're unaware that the ceiling will not support you if you don't stay on the rafters. The odd thing was that the pieces of plaster that had come off were shoved in his nightstand. I don't know if he thought you could just use the old pieces or what have you. But I think that's what maybe the state is trying to allude to, that there were some shenanigans that went on in the ceiling or in the attic that are related to, what happened on the 1st of January.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 150, which has a file name of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. Sir, can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And, sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change glasses here. Oh, that's okay. It just says his address,
Okay. Does it say any names with
phone
it?
number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walsh, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
All right. Ms. Gilliland, can you scroll down again? Thank you. And can we have Exhibit 151, which is Christopher Murphy Fix, page 2?
Now, what is odd about this picture is that during the walkthrough, when the police took pictures of this particular hole, there was actually insulation. You could kind of see the paper backing on the insulation. The insulation wasn't bowing out or anything like that. And in this picture, it looks like the insulation has been removed.
Sure, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of this thread. Ms. Gilman, if you could enhance this. Sir, at the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, good morning, let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walsh besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Suzanne Garland.
Any relation to Julie Garland? Or Judy Garland?
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Since September of 2021, I opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center, sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
And how many employees do you have at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took.
And how did you keep those records?
Electronically.
And why do you keep those records?
For regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise.
And do you have a corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal business email, which is suzanne.garland@barmethod.com.
And you also keep payment information?
Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with clients in good faith?
Yes.
And do you keep your records in good faith as well?
Yes.
Did you know Anna Walsh?
I did.
And how did you know Anna Walsh?
I knew Anna for several years. Actually, prior to owning the bar method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before, and I used to take classes there with Anna all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then when I reopened the studio after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until
Okay, I have only tried 2 bar. Bar is like a ballet-esque aerobic workout. That ish is hard. Now, I'm not flexible, nor do I. Look, my greatest nemesis is gravity and my own klutziness. So this was bound to be a cluster F when I tried to do the bar thing. But it's really good for your core, and if you're coordinated, I'm sure you get enjoyment out of it, but it was more torture-y for me.
the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with you?
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep with all clients on the unlimited plan.
And I'd ask you to look at the last page.
This is her signature.
It's at the agreement with Anna Walsh.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted into evidence, the membership agreement of Anna Walsh for Bar Method is in evidence as 152.
Ms. Garland, as part of the membership agreement, our members asked about their health.
Yes.
And do they have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
So in December of 2022, how often would Anna Walsh attend Bar Method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to DC at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, she was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
Okay. And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
And did you have communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes, she had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in DC. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around. And then when she came back to DC in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said when she came back, she came to DC, but did you mean when she came to
I'm sorry,
Cohasset?
when she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you 3 documents, if you could look at those. You recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These are email communications from Anna to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in DC and telling me how wonderful her experience at the Bar Method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in DC and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in DC. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange the single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special? And then I
29 bucks for a single class where some sadist has you do squats next to a ballet bar and you feel ridiculous and a bit like the hippos from Fantasia? No, thank you. I mean, if it's your jam, spend the $29. But I'm gonna stay $30 richer and feel good about myself.
responded to her on January 1st because I was away on vacation at that time. And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
All right. They'll be marked and admitted into evidence. So the 3 different emails are one from, what are the dates of those emails?
The first would be from February 27th of 2022.
Okay, that's in as 154. Well, did I mess that up? 153? Okay, so as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there was no 153. So 153 is the email from 2/27/22. 154 is what? Date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
The third one would be January 1st, 2023.
All right, those 3 are now in evidence, 153 to 155.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
The class registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The class registration for the bar method is in evidence.
Now, I don't know if the jury's going to have caught this, but let's say, just hypothetically, they aren't buying Brian's, kind of theory of the story. All indications are that Anna expected to go on living after January. I mean, and living where she was. So even if the defense at the end of the trial, tries to pull a Hail Mary, like maybe she's in, Mexico or Honduras or somewhere, she hasn't taken advantage of her finances. She had no awareness that whatever was going to happen on January was going to happen on January 1st. There was still food left in her apartment or her townhouse down in Washington, D.C. She was making future plans New Year's Eve towards midnight with her boyfriend. So all indications were that something went very, very wrong that morning. And again, the defense is trying to have us buy a ridiculous story.
That's 156.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Anna Walsh created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning. Getting there.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop into the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver?
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that, or that a person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay. So when was the last time Anna Walsh had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay. So the health waiver that you're talking about, or the medical waiver, was September of 2022, excuse me, September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
No, we don't require a letter.
No, it's the same thing you sign whenever you join a gym. Basically, you are taking on, the responsibility for having contacted your doctor and getting cleared to work out. Basically, you're saying, I am not going to hold the gym liable if I, have a medical condition that wasn't known about.
From a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Do you want this?
I'll take that.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Ashley Semino. She's gonna do all of
Right this way. Just watch your step on it. There you go.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Semino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Semino, Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The Bar Method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the Financial District location when they were open.
So how long have you been an instructor for Bar Method?
So I started working there in about 2010. And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for Bar Method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day with us. We have to take an anatomy exam, and we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take a annual exam.
So do you need to be certified?
Yes.
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a NIP.
And where did you first meet Anna Nip?
At the Bar Method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk, and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
So it seems like Anna Walsh went with Anna Nip. I have absolutely no idea how in the nebulous hell they spelt Nip. No, it's like so if you imagine the bar and ballet, the little like balancing thing, you're basically doing a lot of core work, a lot of leg lifts and things like that that really tone your core and are akin to Satan, at least to me. So that's kind of what they do. It's a lot of, plies and, gracefully stuff that I could never master. So I learned to lift heavy weights.
Yes.
And which bar method in Boston?
The Back Bay location. So that was on Clarendon Street.
And how often did you see her when you were at the bar method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Anna Nip outside of the bar method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to bar method in Boston?
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection. Overruled. We'll let the answer stand. Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walsh?
He did come into the bar method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the bar method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Anna was.
And how long had you been an instructor at Bar Method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And when did you first notice Anna Walsh?
So I wasn't familiar looking, we all get class lists of our class prior. So one of the Bar Method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And actually it was because of Anna in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Anna or is it Anna? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Anna. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it, but she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this, oh my God moment, because with COVID,
I know there has to be a point why we are listening to this, and a point to why she has 83 necklaces on. But could we get to it, because you are severely testing my ADHD?
Had closed the Boston studios, and I had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had, oh my God, I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do during a bar class? How does it work?
So a bar method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm-up. You could do up to 60 push-ups in class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat, you go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
And how did Anna Walsh perform during that class?
She did a triple Lutz and a sow cow, and she landed them perfectly. Why is this what is this trial? Every time I think that we're going to stay slightly on topic, like what the hell happened to Anna Walsh, we spend 45 minutes learning what a bar workout is.
Was the powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Miss Walsh?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Anna Walsh since Saturday, December 31st, 2022? If I might just have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe?
Okay. You didn't speak to them today or yesterday?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you are a special education teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then you also still teach bar?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a mom?
I am.
Okay. Are you, and I'm not trying to be flip with you, but you're not a doctor?
No,
You're not a nurse?
I am not.
Did you perform any type of medical tests on Anna Walsh on December 31st?
No, I do not.
Are you aware if she had any pulmonary issues that were undiagnosed?
Not that I saw.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I am not.
Are you aware of any undiagnosed cardiac issues that she may have had on December 31st?
No.
Are you aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
No.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw Anna Walsh?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I do think that the defense is playing a really kind of playing with fire here. Again, their client knows where this woman's body is, again, where he placed it. The inability for anyone to test whether she had a prior undiagnosed neurological, cardiac, or pulmonary issue is down to this man not telling where she is or them not being able to find her. But them continuing to harp on about all these possible medical conditions, again, points the jury to the fact, again, that he is the reason we don't know any of this, that they can speculate about that.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Janet Cotter.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in there so you get this shit. There you go.
Okay.
All set.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter, Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in.
As in welcome back? Or was that with a K? Look, I don't even think I actually saw an episode of that show, but I know it existed.
Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Anna Walshe at a nail salon and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay. Now, when did the interaction, first off, did you know Anna Walshe at all?
I did not.
Okay. When did this interaction with Anna Walshe occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
And where did it occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Walshe.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Anna Walshe?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open and warm.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
I do. She was wearing yoga pants and a yoga top.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah,
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
she did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner. Yeah, I think it was in Marblehead. And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably no more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well, we were getting a
The same thing all of us women do when we get together. Witchcraft and getting our nails done so they polish your nails and probably talk about you behind your back.
Pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
Did you see any injuries on her at this point in time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Julie Bassler.
Right this way. Step for me. Slide this chair in for you. There you go.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You might want to move up just a little bit and move that microphone in. Just, okay. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Bassler, Basler.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Ms. Bassler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. Work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in Kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
And in that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended Kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled?
3.
And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at Kindercare, or did the oldest child move to the public schools?
He went to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days of week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walshe children?
Brian Walshe and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And do you know whose mother?
Brian Walsh's mom.
And what time was the typical drop off for those children? What time did Brian Walshe typically drop them off?
I really can't remember, maybe 8:39, maybe 9, closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walshe as well.
And do you see Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
A pink tie and white shirt.
This is actually the state. She does have a way of kind of up talking. She does have a pleasant voice. The problem is that it becomes monotonous. And it is easy to tune out, but she also has that upward inflection at the end of sentences, so I don't particularly enjoy it. I am not aware of who has custody of the children. Let me see if ChatGPT knows that, so I will look that up while we keep this going.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And how often did you see Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Anna Walsh at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Anna Walsh at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at KinderCare?
Maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time around 100.
Okay, so from what ChatGPT can get out of public resources, and again, because these are minor children, they might not have anything more. It does look, as of the latest public reporting, the children are in the custody of Massachusetts Department of Children and Family. Now, it could be that has changed and they have been placed with family friend or something else, and that has just not gone public. But according to everything, that's publicly available, it seems like the state might have custody of the boys at this moment.
Can you tell us the layout of the KinderCare in Norwell?
Sure. You walk in the front door and you need the key code to enter the building. And then there is a good-sized lobby. And you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building. But the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens. And if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families. And you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway. And if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages. And if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walsh dropped off the children, how would he generally enter KinderCare?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning, and, trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and, we would ask each other how was your day? Just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and, check on the boys, ask how the boys, morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walsh speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out, yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did, yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walsh drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that'd be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant director was also in the office. We both said, "Hi, Brian, good morning." Like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families.
And what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush. It's kind of like, "Come on, boys, let's go." I remember, when they went through, and that was it. He dropped the children off at class. So it was, definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
Did you talk about anything those days?
No.
One moment. Thank you.
Any cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hi.
I want to talk to you a little bit about KinderCare.
Sure.
Is this one of the more high-end, fancy schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is.
There is.
Yes.
Okay. I think you had mentioned that the 2 boys were coming 5 days a week,
Yes.
and they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember, but
Okay.
looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Just what page? Just ask what page.
Sorry about that. I don't have my glasses, so I think it's.
Okay.
I used to not need them.
Okay.
But I think it's either that page or that. Just take a look and let me know if it refreshes your memory as to when the boys enrolled.
The end of June.
End of June?
Yes.
Okay. Of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and so from June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the 2 boys were coming 5 days a week?
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop-off every morning?
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him?
Yes.
Okay, and then he would also do pickup?
Yes.
And in those 6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Anna Walsh, I think, 3 or 4 times?
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays, or I might have seen her once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, let me ask it a little bit better. Ms. Yaz was asking you about Mr. Walsh's demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. And you had said that it was different,
Yes.
that he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
Yes.
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
Yes.
So the other mornings when he would drop off his 2 boys, he was friendly.
Yes.
He would say good morning.
Yes.
He didn't seem rushed.
Yes.
Would he chat with you about how you're doing,
Yes.
how's work? Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. This was different.
Yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No.
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
Yes.
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
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 Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
Yes.
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
Yes.
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his two little sons, he would have two little bags that would be packed for both of them.
Yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up?
Yes.
Okay. And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
Yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights.
A what night?
Like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if the boys ever attended that.
Okay. But would there be, I guess, options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at KinderCare about how their kid's doing if there's any issues?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good? Everything was great? The boys are cute, fine, there were no issues?
Yeah, there was just, we talked daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes.
He was invested in his son's lives.
Yes.
And he would talk to you about their progress.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldrop.
Okay. Right this way. Just watch your step. A little bit further.
So, from yesterday afternoon into all of today, he's had increased coloration on his neck, going up towards his cheekbones, and just now, this really weird sort of discolored yellow spot. So, good night, nurse.
Oh,
There you go.
and I sit down?
Yep, you're all set.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please?
Sandra Hempel Waldrop. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldrop, Waldroup.
Where do you work, ma'am?
That's it. I just want this woman to read to me. I love this accent. I love everything about it. I love her accent.
Ma'am?
I work at the Claremont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Claremont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Claremont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
Okay. No, screw this. Let's go out and have drinks with this chick after the trial. She seems awesome. I mean, of all the people that have been witnesses, she looks like she's the coolest one to hang out with and like the most human one. I say we hang out with her.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What does the Claremont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Do you have any surveillance cameras at the Claremont apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
All right, I love her officially. We're adopting
Four
her.
on the outside. I believe 3 in the back parking lot and 1 at the front.
Now, how many dumpsters are there at the Claremont?
A total of 3 dumpsters.
Yes, of all the apartments in all the world, Brian decides to dump 10 bags of evidence into this woman's parking lot. Honestly, you know, the universe was not looking out for Brian.
2 gated areas, 2 dumpsters in one, and 1 dumpster on the top hill.
On the top of the hill. And the Claremont, is it near any other apartment complexes?
Yes, it's so right behind us, our back parking lot, there is the Chestnut Glen. Years ago, it used to be the same owner. It used to be connected.
In Chestnut Glen, is that an apartment complex or is it assisted living or like what is Chestnut Glen?
It is a home for the elderly and disabled.
Okay. And now, I had asked you about the surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a result of this case? You did? Okay. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Are they kept in good faith?
Yes.
And I take it your cameras, they're always recording?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you this drive and ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Because I initialed it and signed it. This is what I watched on the screen. This is the thumb drive. Yes, sorry about that.
So what you watched on the screens were your videos?
Yes, that is correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, with the videos from the Claremont of January 3rd, 2023. No objection.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as, are we at 157? Thank you very much.
Please tell me his dumbass looked right into the camera as he's pitching stuff. I mean, at this point, I would imagine he just...
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 157? Could we go to the video channel 14? And if you could bring us to 3 minutes and say 15 seconds. Pause, if I may. Ms. Waldrop, what area are we looking at of the Claremont?
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you pause? All right. Now, Ms. Waldrop, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, As a result of working at the Claremont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please. Pause. Ms. Waldrop, did you recognize this vehicle as being one of your residents?
No.
And if you press play, Ms. Gilman. On this same video, Ms. Gilman, could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds?
Did he just make multiple runs to the same damn dumpster to throw things away? Sure as hell did.
Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video from Claremont, which I believe is titled Claremont. Thank you. Ms. Waldrop, before you, and if you could just pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldrop, where are we looking at the Claremont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is the, right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the two dumpsters are located in that fenced area right there.
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? It's people who don't live there. Can they use them?
No, they're not supposed to. No. And there's signs that, you know, that, yeah, it's private property and they are on the surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters. No.
Could you press play this, Gilman?
For the love of Lemmy, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, would the haze move?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And finally, how many ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller little, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use sometimes. Weren't supposed to because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway, yes. The one entrance, front entrance, sorry about
You know
that.
what? I think that my earlier question was probably an article. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, you said 6. You talking about the
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrances as in the doors. We have 6. I'm so sorry. We have.
I love this woman. I love this woman. I can, like, we hang out. And he was correct. He did ask her entrances, and I understood it to mean ways to get into the building, not ways to get into the parking lot. So I'm glad that they are clearing this up, because some juries or some of the jurors might have thought, oh, there's 6 ways to drive in. So I'm glad that they cleared this up.
Way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not, but if somebody, I've seen it before when there was a road blocked and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So.
I love that she's like, people are flipping flapjack crazy. I mean, I have story. This woman has some stories and I want to hear them. Ma'am, have you ever thought about YouTube? Because I would watch.
My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question. You fixed it, so
Aw,
thank you. My question was, how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
1.
One. Okay. And then there's this path area that sometimes people should use, but they could use.
It rarely now, I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead Chestnut Glen.
Yes, and to their
That is a 2-part story, because she's the reason it stopped. She went out there and she said, try it again, one more again. And didn't anybody want to cross her. So it stopped because she stopped it. That's my headcanon, at least.
Park into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Cross?
A few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Do you have a website for the Claremont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpsters are going to be picked up?
No.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one on redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? When it was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster have been picked up?
Wednesday. It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank
3
you.
times a week. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
That's it.
You may step down. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
The Commonwealth is called Connor Keith.
Okay, now this is going to be one that we want to pay attention to. Connor Keefe is one of the Massachusetts state troopers that was in charge of going through electronic devices. Now, he is, in theory, supposed to be the one that did more digging. Trooper Garino, that we've already heard from, basically did the reports, but Trooper Connor Keefe is supposed to be the one that kind of did more of the investigative stuff. If I understand at least what Garino was telling the defense attorney, the male defense attorney, as far as kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of what was found in the phones, was more of what Connor Keefe was going to be discussing.
I think so.
Traffic flip-flop, raise right hand.
You saw this where we're going, testimony is given, falls down the bench,
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I'm just going to put some of the stuff over here on this chair because I can see that too. Now, sir, can I ask your name and could you please spell your last name?
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the State Police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator, digital forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic?
Stop touching the mic, for the love of God. We can hear you. You don't need to play with it anymore. Put it down.
Forensic examiner.
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certification from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite certified operator, Cellbrite certified physical analyst, Cellbrite advanced smartphone analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple Forensic Fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get how do you get the certifications in those Cellbrite topics?
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now, on Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Anna Walshe.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually missing person, someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping.
Holy God. Okay, again, I know this is what got me in trouble with my ADHD in school, but this is your job. This is what you should be able to testify. You should have answers, wrote answers for some of this. You shouldn't have to think. This should not be hard. These are your basic CV questions and your foundation questions. You should know these in your sleep after 4 years of having, let's even say 2 years. You should at least have a strategy on how to get through these boilerplate basic questions that you're going to get in every case, like, what is a cell phone? I believe it's one of them. And why do you keep looking over at the jury like you're trying to phone a friend? This face does not make me at all confident that you know what you're talking about. You look like me trying to do algebra, which never ends well for me or algebra.
A phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time And in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is from a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So at this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for 3 different phone numbers, one being 617-599-766, the second being 617-895-8082, and then the third being 617-939-8648. Verizon data. If there's any objection.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76.
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed it. 7966. All right. So now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966, and then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082, and 160 is the phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
Yeah. Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for 617-599-7966?
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 599-7966, is there a date range in that file name?
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It is January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data, is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So this is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
I can explain.
I'd love for you to do that. Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns? Or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
Record source is the technology used for this event on the network. So for this, 12 is Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the device and back. Verizon is able to estimate a distance that the device is from the cell site.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time is the end of the event?
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN, what's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or I'm going to, MFG model, what's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to say column L, thank you. What is market 4G Then column M, E, N, B, what are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site. So it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector. So maybe I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 5.7 there?
5.7 indicates the market in which the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then E node B, column M is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3, and then carrier 4G, so the transaction ended on sector 2.
So the event occurred on one, then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
There was no 5G technology used in these records.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means Verizon was unable to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time during that transaction.
So, and does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing the records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower?
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
That is voice over LTE. That would indicate if it was a call or not, like a voice call.
All right. And could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on why, because there's no Ericsson technology?
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
Column Z is the per call measurement data, and the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for this signaling event.
So milliseconds, that's not seconds, it's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right. And then I take it date, month, day, and year, those are pretty much standard?
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down the bottom of this and then go back over to the left? And now, sir, there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be In this case, it's a water tower.
And scrolling over, street address, city, I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory?
Yes, sir.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over to the left. Thank you very much. Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. If you could just highlight 828 if you don't mind, just so I could see the column. Thank you.
Okay, so 828, we see 0.024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured in feet, inches, or what?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road, according to these records? So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the azimuth in which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is. What is the azimuth of where the antenna is facing? What does that mean?
So the provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees, usually it's 120 per azimuth in which they're placed on the tower.
And so as far as the direction of where the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us, based on these records, what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower, it was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So it was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder? Yep. Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet that is on the screen, subscriber MTN 617-599-7966. Is this the subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
That is the phone number of these records, associated with these records.
Okay. And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Okay.
So January 7th, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you just expand column D for us? Thank you. All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account number for this, this line.
Now we get to last name, first name, business, address. What's that?
That is the account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to the right? All righty. Now we have a column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
I'm just waiting. That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay, so there's an account holder. and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the account holder, I take it they pay it?
Yes.
Okay, they're responsible for it?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe, Anna.
Counsel, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
We'll do that now.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
It doesn't look like they do any talking, so we are going to skip through lunch, and they are back. We're about 10 minutes behind them, 20 minutes, I think. So that is why there's a method in my madness for starting a little later. But that way we don't have to wait for an hour, or I don't have to start 2 different streams. We just get through lunch, and we generally end about on par with them ending. And then tomorrow is going to be a half day. The judge has, I think, another trial that she's presiding over. So it looks like for however long this trial goes on, every Friday will be a half day. She said end at 1, so basically half.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Yes, please.
Not me.
You entered 76789. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID.
Aware that we can hear this. We might not be, should be listening to her ID. But it's not our fault.
Enter your participant ID. Please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
All rise, jurors.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
What in the name of Cheetos is going on?
Court is back in session and may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we go back to that RTT file for the phone number ending in 7966? And can you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Trooper, I believe we left off with RTT that the last time Verizon was able to give you a location, an estimated location of the handset was around 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. My question to you is, according to these records, and if you could go all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman, according to these records, when you analyze them, were there any other times after that that there was any interaction between Verizon and the handset?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that based on the records?
Yes. Okay. Again, it's estimated distance of the device, not location. Estimated distance of the device.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sorry, Judge. I just need to ask if you can speak up.
Yes. Can the witness make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so you corrected me. Verizon gave you the estimated distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question to you is, after that time of 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023, according to the records, were you able to identify any other incidences where the phone or the handset had any interactions with the Verizon network?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at these records, can you tell us when you were able to determine that and what happened?
So line 831.
Yes.
That would be January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 a.m.
Okay.
The technology was Nokia. That's the start and time of the duration. And then if you could go scroll all the way to the right, please. The columns V and W, there is NA, which means they were not able to provide an estimated distance of the device. So there was a signaling event between the tower and the device, but they were unable to provide an estimated distance of the device.
Were there any other interactions from Verizon after that event?
Yes.
What was the final interaction that you were able to determine from the Verizon network? Or not interaction, the final activity of the Verizon network according to these records?
Yes, if you could slide back over to the left, please. There's line 832, January 4th, 2023 at 4:14 a.m.
Yes, sir. What happened at that time according to the data?
There was a signaling event, but signaling event from the network, Verizon, to the device, but they were unable to complete that transaction. So if you could scroll all the way to the PCMD procedure, keep going, please. Right there, column AA, alpha, alpha, the procedure time, there is no time. So the network was unable to connect with the device at that time.
Okay, so am I missaying this? The network sent out a signal, but the device never connected with it at that point?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that for us, thank you very much. So that's January 5th, but what time were you working on this at Cohasset PD?
It was later at night.
All right. So what do you do on the 6th on this case?
The 6th, I am at the command post in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and I receive 3 devices from Lieutenant John Fanning.
Where was the command post in Cohasset?
The Stop and Shop Plaza.
Okay.
Kind of in the center of town there. Not
And-
center of town, but
Forgive me, I'm not in the military, I wasn't in the police. What's a command post?
usually like a uniform command where agencies collaborate, locate, there's communications, establish different units to collaborate and come up with a plan and action.
Were there any vehicles or anything like that brought in?
Yes.
What?
There was different police vehicles, I believe maybe some four-wheelers, stuff like that, from what I recall.
Okay. So it's January 6th, you're at the command post and you received what for devices?
3 electronic devices.
And who gave them to you?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
And what devices did you receive?
I received an iPhone 13 mini, an iPad 6, and an iPad 6 mini.
And what did you do with these devices?
I transported them back to the Digital Forensics Lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so about what time did you get back to the lab?
Around 9:30 p.m.
And so what did you do with these devices around 9:30 p.m.?
I began the extraction process on the iPhone 13 mini.
Walk us through, what's the extraction process consist of?
So in this case, I used Gray Key, which is a forensic hardware and software company. You will take the device, you plug it into the hardware on a forensic computer running forensic software, and then the data will be extracted from the device.
How long does this take?
It can take hours, up to hours.
And so did you do all 3 devices at once?
I did not.
Why not?
It got towards later in the evening, and I finished the devices the next day.
And so do you have 3 RAID key machines, or can you put all one onto one machine?
No, it's one at a time.
Okay, so one's got to download, then you can get to the next one.
Yes, sir.
And this information, once you download it, where does it go?
It goes to the forensic server at the office.
Okay, and does anyone have access to the server?
Just the people assigned to the forensic lab.
How many people are assigned to the forensic lab in January 2023?
At that time, I believe it was 3.
And so you said that you came back on the 7th to work on this?
Yes.
About what time did you finish downloading the devices?
Before lunchtime on the 7th.
And what was done with the devices?
They were returned back to the owner.
And who was your understanding the owner was?
Brian Walshe.
Now, once you've downloaded this information, can you just read it and go to town, do what you need to do?
No, sir.
What do you do?
The data is in a raw form, and then we use a program, Celebrite, which is another forensic software that we take the raw data. It is ingested into Celebrite. Celebrite creates a readable, interactive image of the data. It breaks it down to calls, contacts, pictures, videos, text messages, web history, stuff like that.
JKD Buck, I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention to this trial and I wasn't even sure if I was going to be covering it. I try to go in as uninformed as the jury, so I don't know if they'll get into that. I don't know if maybe that'll be something that will go on with testimony, because I'm having a bit of a hard time understanding it myself. So I do hope it's something that they get to. I would expect that Trooper Keefe is probably going to be our final witness of the day. I'm guessing that the direct is probably going to go for a good majority of the rest of the afternoon, and then we'll probably get to cross tomorrow. I just know that all of the data extraction and that kind of stuff is really dense, so this usually does take a bit of time.
And so when did you finish getting the data into a readable format?
The late afternoon on the 7th?
And so on the 7th, what did you do as far as analyzing data from the iPhone 13 mini?
I began analyzing data from December 25th, 2022 through the date of, I received them January 6th.
And was that now, did you ever have a second opportunity to download this data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Trooper Nicarino did that, I believe in the January 9th.
Okay. And so on January 9th, in addition to the iPhone 13 mini, did you have the opportunity to analyze data from any other iPhones?
Yes, I did.
What was the second iPhone you had the opportunity to analyze data from?
That was an iPhone SE.
And now, as far as looking at this data on January 9th, did anyone help you look at this data?
Trooper Nicarino was there.
Now, are you familiar with the term native location data as it applies to iPhones?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, so native location in Apple iOS operating systems. Native location is made up of location services on the Apple device, and location services are made up of GPS satellite, Bluetooth beacons, wireless connections, and cell tower information.
And so native location data, how is that different than the Verizon data you just talked about?
So this is data taken directly from the device, and the other data is from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And so which one is more specific as far as a location then?
The native location data.
And so when you were talking about the handset being in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, based on the Verizon records, what are you able to determine based on the native location data of the location of a handset?
It is more accurate to a specific location.
And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to enter in the electronic files of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE.
Now, I believe that Anna's phone was the SE and Brian's phone was the 13 Pro Max.
I'm just writing, but I'm happy to hear you. No objection. So the native location date or the location data for those two devices, the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE,
Yes,
is now in evidence as 161.
Thank you.
Did I mess it up?
I believe that our last exhibit was 158, Your Honor.
No, I have
No, we had the Verizon records, which were
158, 159,
159 and 160 were the Verizon records?
Oh, I see. We had one drive that had 3 sets of records on it, and it got one tag. That's why.
All right, well, just listen up when I'm announcing them. So let me clarify the record and make sure that I'm getting it right this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So there were 3 sets of records. They were the Verizon for those 3 different phones ending 7966, 8082, and 8648. And I had previously announced on the record that they were 159, 158, 159, and 160. And now I'm being told that they're on one thumb drive, and all of those 3 records for those 3 Verizon, or those 3 phone numbers that have Verizon records are now in evidence as Exhibit 158.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That will mean that this records, the location data for the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE is now in evidence as Exhibit 159.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies.
Your Honor, this judge is like me. Don't mess with my note takings. I do this in pen, and if I have to cross something out, you're in trouble. Like, I get irritated at myself when I have to cross something out, and I don't even care about my spelling for my notes because who cares?
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 159, and could you go to the file for the location data for the 13 mini? So, Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, we're looking at an Excel spreadsheet from 159 titled iPhone 13 native location data. Can you tell us what we're looking at here as far as, I'll ask you, the first column has a number associated. What does that column represent?
That indicates the number of records, line by line, in this file.
When it says type, what's that supposed to indicate to you?
Type of data in the file, location data.
And then the next 2 are blank. And what are we looking at as far as this series of records, location, date, time, destination, and description?
These are native location data that I exported from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
And that is date, time, and then the latitude, longitude.
So when you get this information of the latitude and longitude, what do you do with it? Well, you've got this spreadsheet. What do you do with it?
I take the data that has been exported in an Excel form, and then I ingest it into a program called LexisNexis Tracks, which creates a KML file, keyhole markup language file. It's a Google Earth file. And then that brings up Google Earth. I ingest that file into Google Earth, and it presents a readable interactive map of the data.
So this gets into another program, and that becomes a readable map of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says item number, how many points of data did you have between the iPhone SE and the 13 mini?
Upwards of 40, 50,000 points.
And so how is it that the phone has all these different locations in it? Why has it got this 40, 50,000 between these 2 phones?
Any apps that you have location services on, anytime you use Apple Maps, Google Maps, stuff like that, your phone's consistently collecting this location information.
Yes.
Now, in addition...
Remember, chat, your phone is your biggest narc, and you carry it around willingly. Forget about Big Brother listening to you. We've invited Apple to listen to us. or Siri or whoever.
To getting this location data, did you also get the subscriber information for these two phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if we could go back, close out of this, go back to Exhibit 158, and go to the file for the phone number ending in 8082. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, Trooper, looking at subscriber MTN 617-895-8028. My bad, I said 8082. It should be 8028. Looking at this, what is the name of the account holder?
Diana Walsh.
And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over to the end. If you could stop right there. MTN effective date, what does that mean?
That means when this number became active on the Verizon network.
All right.
And that would be December 22nd, 2022.
And so is this number, 8028, the iPhone 13 mini, or is it the SE?
The iPhone SE.
Okay, 8028 is the SE. Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have the file for 8648? Subscriber information from Exhibit 158. Trooper, looking at this subscriber MTN 617-939-8646. Someday I'll learn how to read. 8646.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yep.
He done messed up the numbers too much. She's had to mark out 3 things on her notes. She is done with them. I will say, I wish they would come up with an easier and less technical way to introduce this style of evidence, because a lot of it, again, I know I am technologically subpar. I know that my tech skills leave everything to the imagination.
You may continue.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilman, actually, stop right there. Sir, what is the name of the account holder on this account?
That is Diana Walsh.
Okay. And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Wait, so Brian's mom was not only paying their mortgage, which at the time of the disappearance was $5,000 a month, but she's also paying for Brian's cell phone? I mean, exactly what adult responsibilities did Brian have?
Gilman, can you scroll to the end of this row of information? Okay. What is the effective date for this phone number?
December 12th, 2018.
And this phone number corresponds to what phone that you analyzed?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out, thank you.
I know. JKD Buck, it is like today is tailor-made to test every single one of my ADHD weak points. The lip smacking, the talking about technology, numbers in general.
Now, with this information,
stop with the mouth noises.
Did you have the opportunity to see where the iPhone 13 Mini traveled on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover in your initial examination of the location data of the iPhone 13 Mini as far as where it traveled?
January 5th, 2023, the iPhone 13 mini was approximately 8 a.m. The device was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And then at approximately 9:30 a.m., the device is in the area of 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And are you aware of any of Mr. Walsh's relatives that live in and around 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
Who?
His mother, Diana Walsh.
Now, where does that device travel in that area on January 5th, 2023 of 330 Paradise Road?
It is stationary in the southeast corner of the apartment complex where there is a large trash compactor.
Can you tell from the data you saw whether or not the iPhone 13 mini went into the buildings of 330 Paradise Road that morning?
I do not believe so.
Now, did you ever have the ability to compare this data from January 5th, 2023 of the iPhone 13's native location data to its native location data, say, of December 27th, 2022?
Yes.
And when you look at the native location data from December 27th, 2022, can you determine whether or not the phone goes inside 330 Paradise Road?
I can't determine if it physically goes inside the building, but it's in a different area, in the general area of the building as opposed to the southeast corner.
Now, as far as the location that you're determining,
I do think it's important that he did make this point because I know you guys probably are still recovering from the 28 or 26 steps and where exactly that could be geolocated to a phone. I think that with as many people as that watched the Karen Reed case, I think that having the state bringing in a different time period where it shows that he's much closer to the apartment does give the jury a little bit more confidence, and myself a little more confidence, that in showing him near the trash compactor and dumpster, the location data is sensitive enough to show him, in the building on another date. So it doesn't automatically just show him near the dumpster. And I think they needed to put that in because of the Karen Reed and a lot of questions that everyone now has about just exactly how accurate the geolocation is, with the kind of 10-meter sort of variance.
of the phone, based on the data from January 5th, what day are you examining this data that you see this?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not really well-worded question, so good for you. So what day were you looking at this phone's data?
That would be that weekend, January 8th, 9th
Okay.
Of 2023.
And so when you saw that it was in and around a dumpster on 330 Paradise Road, did you alert anyone?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you alert?
I alerted my immediate supervisors.
All right. And have you had the opportunity, utilizing this native location data from the two phones, to create a PowerPoint presentation of points that you've discovered these two phones went to?
Yes, I did.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would seek to enter the PowerPoint presentation as the next exhibit. I've reduced it to a thumb drive.
Is there an objection?
Now, I am interested why they did both of the phones. Again, if one is belonging to his mother, this might be the reason. And again, this is speculation. So I do try to point out when I'm speculating, this might be the reason that the boys are not in the care of the grandmother. There might have been indications that maybe she helped or something. I mean, it does look like You know, where would a mama's boy dump this kind of thing? Of course, he would dump it on his mom. So it's not without the realm of possibility that maybe she knew a bit of what was happening prior. Again, this is all speculation. This has not been confirmed. But I do find it interesting that they also geolocated the mom's phone.
Objection to that?
No objection.
So the PowerPoint presentation is now in evidence as Exhibit 160.
So at this point, I would seek to publish the PowerPoint presentation, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the PowerPoint presentation for iPhone SE and iPhone 13? And can we go to the first slide? Okay. Trooper, is this the PowerPoint presentation you created?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what number or in what device are you looking at native location data and mapping in this slide?
This slide refers to the iPhone SE, the phone device ending in 8082.
And
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yeah, could we have zoomed out farther? I mean, this isn't as clear as one would think.
Number is from the Verizon records ending in 8028.
Okay. And so in the PowerPoint presentation, you made an error as far as transcribing those two numbers.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Gilman, if we could close out of that, and for the record, on your PowerPoint presentation, the last two numbers are wrong.
Correct.
Okay. So if we could go back to that slide that we had. Now, looking at this, on January 1st, 2023, that's the date you've put these points in.
Correct.
What is the significance of the red dots?
That signifies this was the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Now again, the number in the corner, the last two numbers have been transcribed, correct?
Correct.
Or transposed.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So it should be 8028.
That is correct.
All right. Now, what is the significance of the red dot 2?
That was the line of data from the Excel. That's what the 2 represents, and this is the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. Now, what is the date and time corresponding to that line of data?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:07 p.m.
And where is the device located according to the native location data at 5:07 p.m. on January 1st?
In the southeast, at the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? This next slide, again, the numbers should read 8028?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the significance, or what is the date and time you have with the red, what is the significance of the red dot 3?
That represents the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the native location data that corresponds to the location of that line of code?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:41 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the area of Lowe's Home Improvement in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, again, this should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the red dot for?
Again, that's the native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the data for line number 4?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:24 p.m.
And where is the phone located at 6:24 p.m. on January 1st?
In the parking lot of CVS Santander Bank in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay, could I have the next slide, Ms. Gilman?
Okay, so am I understanding this information right, that the mom was the one that was helping him buy the dismemberment kit? I mean, she took him to Lowe's, she took him to CVS to get the gloves. So giblets, I mean, good Lord, why have enemies when you marry into this family? Jesus.
Now, this next slide, again, the numbers should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the significance of the red dot 5?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the number 5?
This represents January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:53 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please, Ms. Gilman? And again, 8028 is what it should read, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the significance of the red 8?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And is that dot's telling you where the phone would be, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of the where that phone is at point 8?
January 1st, 2023 at 8:08 p.m.
And where is it located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, same question. This should be 8028?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of red dot 10?
Represents the location of the native location of the iPhone SE.
And so that's where the phone would be located?
Yes.
And what is the date and time of where the iPhone SE is according to point 10?
On January 1st, 2023 at 8:31 p.m. It
Okay.
is located in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. And again, same question, 8028 is what it should read in the corner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of the number 12 with a red dot underneath it?
Represents the native location of the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to point 12?
January 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located according to point 12?
In the Home Goods TJ Maxx parking lot in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Then going to the next slide. And so now, what is the phone number here?
Now the phone number, this is the native location data for the iPhone 13 mini. Phone number 617-939-8646.
Is that the same number that corresponds to the Verizon records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the significance of the blue dot with the 1716?
To distinguish between the iPhone SE and the iPhone 13, this data from the iPhone 13 mini is blue, highlighted in blue, and 1716 is the line of data from the thousands of data points from the Excel sheet.
So before this point, there would be 1,715 points of data before this.
Yes, I would, yes.
Stop
Okay.
with the smacking.
And so what is the date and time that corresponds to the 1716?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 4:15 p.m.
And where is the phone located according to this line of data, 1716?
in the entrance parking lot of Home Depot located in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. What is the significance of the blue dot with the 1801?
It is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what was the date and time that corresponds to the native location 1801?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And what phone number is this for?
The number ending in 8646.
And where is it located?
The Derby Street Shops by the Shake Shack in Hingham, Massachusetts.
If we could go to the next slide. What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And this corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of 1872?
That represents the native location data for this point.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to 1872?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, what phone number is this for?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the date? What is the significance of 1895 with a blue dot?
It represents the native location.
Yes, Anna was a commercial real estate, I don't know, management agent or maybe stager. It seemed like she handled properties. I'm not sure what all it entailed, but it did pay quite well. So I think it was more commercial based though.
Location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that data?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6:13 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Walgreens Shaw's Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, sir, what is the significance of the blue dot 3776?
This represents the native location data from the iPhone 13 mini.
And you say iPhone 13 mini is the number ends in 8646?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this data?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:30 p.m.
And where is this phone located?
The device is in the area of the Claremont Apartments in Chestnut Glen in Abington, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please? What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And that corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3840?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Point Apartments in Abington, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Looking at this slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3926?
The native location for the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And where is it located according to the native location data?
The Chatham West Apartments in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please?
So he just dropped them at all apartments.
Looking at the next slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the device that corresponds to?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 5228?
That is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that point of data?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 9:44 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Home Goods TJ Maxx Plaza in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, please. What phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 6461?
The native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 12:47 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Shaw's Walgreens Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does it correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 8194?
The native location.
And what is the date and time that it corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 4:25 p.m.
And where is it located, sir?
The Lowe's Home Improvement in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does this correspond to?
So, not only is it showing where he dumped off evidence and discarded evidence, but it's also showing where he went to buy the personal protective suit, the hacksaw. I believe he bought peroxide from the Walgreens. So basically, we are going along with Brian and at some points his mommy as they go buy, the old red rum kit all over town. And the apartments, I will go ahead and make a list, but the apartments are places where they did have to check dumpsters. I believe he was dropping off things in dumpsters and apartment complexes all around town.
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 153?
Not that I'm aware of yet.
33.
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 5th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The southeast corner next to a large trash compactor.
Of what area?
The Vinnon Square Apartments, the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Now, if we could close out of that. Sir, what do you do to corroborate native location data?
We use cell site location information. So from the provider, again, we use LPRs and surveillance video.
Okay. LPRs? What are those?
License plate readers.
Okay. Now, in addition to getting native location data, did you have the opportunity to review the search history from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, good Lord, this is going to be a cool
Now,
dumpster
did you
fire.
create a report of the search history of the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When I say search history, what is the search engine the iPhone 13 mini was using?
The Safari web browser.
I'm sorry, I should have said that. What browser is it using?
Safari.
Okay. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's using the Safari web browser to go onto the internet.
Yes.
And so how is this different than, say, the internet history if this is just the search history?
So this would just be the search terms related to Safari, so the term entered on Safari, whereas the web history would include pages visited, the amounts visited. It would have more details.
And with the web history, did you also create a select report for the web history of the iPhone 13 mini for December 31st at approximately 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a binder and ask if you recognize the documents inside of it. Take a look inside.
Yes, sir.
The first chapter, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the Safari search history of the iPhone 13 mini.
You created that?
Yes.
Using what program, sir?
Celebrate.
Okay, could you turn to the next chapter as well?
They did.
All the way to the end.
Okay, I have no doubt it's going to be how long to cut up a body.
And that second chapter in the book, what is that?
That is the web history.
The web history. Now, the search history, what dates did that correspond to? If you want to turn to the front, you can.
Sure. That is December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023.
Okay. In the web history, what time frame does that cover?
That was just December 31st, 2022.
Around 9:30 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. So when you create these reports, you can choose the times and filter them out that way.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this binder as the next exhibit, which contains the search history for the Apple iPhone 13 mini from December 25th, 2022 to January 4th, 2023, and Safari web history, Apple iPhone 13 mini, December 31st, 2022, 8:28 a.m. to 8:31 a.m.
Okay. Can I see at the side of the bench?
Yes. One binder, one exhibit.
All right, so the Safari search history and the Safari web history for the iPhone 13 mini for the times indicated by counsel is now in evidence as Exhibit 161.
Exhibit 161.
Your Honor, may I publish the Safari search history?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the Safari search history for the iPhone 13 mini? So, Trooper, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the columns at the top.
Yes.
Okay. So, what is the number column?
The number of data in this, sequentially in this file.
Okay. What's timestamp?
Date, time the search occurred.
Okay. What is source?
Source is the database in which the data was extracted from.
So on this first line of code where it says Safari, are there other databases that this draws from?
Yes.
What is the other database that this draws from?
The Knowledge C database.
And so what is the difference between the two databases?
Knowledge C is a larger database within the iOS operating system. Takes app data, app usage, phone information, internet history. So it's a larger database. Safari is just the Safari database.
Now, if there is a search in the Safari database, and then there's a search in the Knowledge C database, are they two different searches?
No.
It's the same search located in two different places within the phone?
That's correct.
Okay. So the data will repeat within this report?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What is value?
Value was the search term entered.
What is parameters?
So for these blank columns, not all reports, Cellbrite is not able to extract or parse out the data for specific apps. So in this case, Cellbrite was not able to parse out any information pertaining to these columns.
And so when we see account, service identifier, parameters, and there's nothing there, Cellbrite couldn't read the data or couldn't produce it?
Correct.
Okay. What does it mean if origin is unknown?
The source origin of the search was unknown.
Okay. So I'd like to direct your attention to item number 16 on page 2. What is the date and time of item number 16?
The date is December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value, what does that mean as far as, just so we're clear, what is value, how is value created on the phone?
Search term entered by the user of the device.
Okay, so it's not being generated by the phone, it's not being generated automatically by the phone. The user is inputting the value.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go down to item 21? What is the date and time of item 21?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value inputted into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
And could we scroll down to item 27?
Oh, crap balls. So this is going to be bad for the defense because the defense's entire sort of thing is that Brian was unaware at all of the extramarital affair. He was blissfully unaware, had no idea. But if he is happening to search for exactly if a flight got canceled and who William Fastow is, it seems like he might have a bit of an idea of what's going on. And welcome, Broken Baker Raiders. We are on with Trooper Connor Keefe, and we are starting to look at some fairly damning evidence that is coming up from the search history of Brian Walshe on December the 25th at 12:09 p.m. It looks like he was looking up the gentleman that, Anna was having an affair with. Now, this would totally negate the defense's story that Brian was completely unaware of Anna having an affair. They were deeply in love. There was no trouble in the marriage. He had not one fig Newton of a thought that she was cheating. Well, if on the 25th he's looking up, her side piece, there might be a bit of an issue with that.
What is the date and time of item 27 on page 3?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
Scrolling down on page 3 to item 35. What is the date and time on item 35?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:22 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
Anna Walshe, Tishman, Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 43 onto page 4? What is the date and time stamp for item 43?
December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m.
What is the value input into the phone?
Christmas Day plane crash.
Can we scroll down to item 50?
Yikes.
What is the date and time stamp for item 50 on page 4?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:31 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 53? What is the date and time stamp of item 53?
December 25th, 2022, 12:45 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Anna Walshe, found dead.
Can we scroll down to item 57 on page 5?
Okay, I guess I thought I was the only one that immediately assumes that my loved ones are dead if they're not on time, but apparently Brian Walshe was thinking the same thing. Now, I know where mine comes from. I'm not sure where Brian's comes from. But these do not look like the searches of a guy who is unaware that his wife may have a more than friendship with William Fastow.
What is the date and time stamp of item 57?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:46 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chod.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 4?
Yes, Jedi Jess, this was actually on the 25th, so Christmas. If you remember, or if you've been paying attention to the trial, there was a bit of an argument. Now, it really depends on who you ask how big it was, but Anna stayed in Washington, D.C. and spent time with Chris Fasto instead of going home and spending time with Brian. Now, Brian claims, as part of his defense, that he had no idea about any extramarital affair going on between Anna and Chris. However, the state is now going through and showing that Brian was looking up William Fasto on the 25th, so Christmas Day, and then the searches escalated to, was there a plane crash? Is she dead? So, you know, it seems like he might know that there's something going on with Mr. Fasto. Otherwise, why would he look him up? Because, I mean, if Brian was completely unaware, then, you know, why look up the guy that sold you the townhouse you bought? Seems kind of interesting.
And look at item 193. Sir, what is the date and time stamp of item 193?
December 25th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Autobahn.
And can we now go to page 22, item 316? What is the date and time stamp of item 316?
December 27th, 2022.
And what is the value that's put in?
It was at 6:57 a.m. and the value was all my exes.
Now, the next one down, is it fair to say that's all my exes live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that being a song?
God, why does this trooper always look shocked? Like he looks just surprised as hell every time he looks up that he's even here. God, his face is just interesting because he's always looking like, how the hell did I even get here?
Yes, I believe so.
Can we now go to page 54 and go to item 804? What is the date and time stamp of 804?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:13 p.m.
And what is the value put into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington.
And scrolling down to 813, what is the date and time for item 813?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
Scrolling down to 820, what is the time stamp for 820?
9:15 p.m.
And what day?
Sorry, December 29th, 2022, 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value input?
Crossing Building, Washington, D.C.
And can we go to page 85 and line 1271? Sir, what is the date and time on item 1271?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at 6:42 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
I'm good.
Going down to the bottom of page 85 and looking at item 1274, what is the time stamp for that?
It is January 3rd, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
Sticky Widget, the prosecutor, I call him Good Hank because he looks like Hank Brennan's slightly fluffier, jovial brother. But his name is actually Greg Connor, and he is the lead ADA for the locale. Dingus, if you don't stop scratching on my chair, butt monkey. Yes, so he, I will say, has had a wonderful, personality and just kind of nice and jovial. So I call him Good Hank.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Washington, D.C. Police.
Could we go to page 90? Thank you. And going to page 90, line 1, can we scroll down to 1343? Thank you. What is the timestamp for that?
That is January 3rd, 2023 at 7:23 p.m.
And what is the value put into it?
How to file a missing persons report.
Can we go down to page 91, item 359? 1359. Item number is 1359. And I'm sorry, I meant to say 1358. Could you go up one?
Oh,
Thank you. 1358. What is the timestamp for 1358?
January 3rd, 2023 at 7:27 p.m.
And what is the value?
Washington, D.C. Police Department.
And can we go to page 92 and look at item 1368? What is the timestamp for 1368?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:11 a.m.
And what is the value that was input at that time?
The crossing wash.
Could we go down to item 1389? What is the timestamp for 1389?
January 4th, 2023, 10:14 a.m.
And what is the value that was put in?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
And could we now go to item 1402, scrolling down the page? We are now on page 94. What is the timestamp for item 1402?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman.
Can we go to item 1414 on page 95? What is the timestamp for 1415? I'm sorry, 1414?
January 4th, 2023, 10:56 a.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
Will Fasto.
And then underneath that, is there a different spelling of Fasto for item 1415?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to item 1438 on page 96. On page 96, what is the timestamp for item 1438?
January 4th, 2023 at 1:24 p.m.
And then underneath that is item 1439. What is the timestamp for that?
Sorry. January 4th, 2023 at 1:26 p.m.
And this looks different than the other values. What is this?
This was a search from Apple Maps, sorry.
So when you see that bolded result, is that saying it's from Apple Maps?
Yes, you can see the source file, Apple Maps.
So that's different than Knowledge C, and that's different than Safari.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one is the one directly underneath it, 1440. What is the timestamp for that?
January 4th, 2023, 2:49 p.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
I'm good.
Now, if we could close out of this and go to the second chapter
I'm good. What the actual? Okay.
in that binder, web history. On this, sir, what is this, the columns that look different, I want to ask you, what is URL?
Uniform Resource Locator. It's the website, essentially the website visited.
Okay. And what is the URL in item number 1?
Casinos.bally's.com/Lincoln.
And what is the last visited time and date?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:28 a.m.
And going to visits and usage pattern, are those are columns that are empty like our last sheet. Was that Celebrite didn't have any data, couldn't give you any data on that?
Yes.
And then for source info, it says knowledge C. And the one directly underneath it says Safari. Is this also pulling from different databases?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. So as far as the searches, as far as the web history for the device, for items 1 through 12, what did you notice about the URLs?
They contained the casinos.bally's.com URL.
And after .com, there's a backslash. What's the next word?
Oh, sorry, Lincoln.
Now, going down to item 13 through 17.
Prawn. Tentacle prawn.
So, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs for items 13 through 17 on page 4?
The URL was mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for 13?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Now, if we could then scroll to item 25. On item 25, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs on items 25, say through items 30 to item 34?
Again, they contain the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the timestamp for item 25?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
And could we then go down to items 38 and 39? On items 38 and 39, did you notice about the URLs?
Again, it was the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for item 38?
December 31st, 2022, 9:31 a.m.
Now, sir, in addition to having access to native location data and web history and search history, you can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you have the opportunity to, through Celebrite, look at text messaging or messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And then when I say the phone, I'm talking about the iPhone 13 mini.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with the iPhone 13 mini, can you break out the text to individual chats with certain numbers?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, and with that, did you create certain reports that correspond to these chats?
Yes, I did.
Yes, Dingus is impatient. He would like to remind me that he would like to eat at
May I approach
4.
your honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize this first report?
Yes, I do.
And did you create this report?
I did.
And it's in this report, can you tell us what it is?
It is a text message report.
And what are the numbers that correspond to the text message?
The last four is 8646.
Okay, and that's the iPhone 13 mini's phone?
Correct.
And then the next phone number, last four digits?
2005.
And does it have a designation or an ID or some kind of identifier next to it?
Yes.
What?
Contact associated is paint.
And what is the time frame of that?
This is January 5th, 2023.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this text thread as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Text thread labeled paint?
I would go by the numbers, but
Sure. Why don't you read it into the record?
certainly. It would be a text thread between 8646 and 2005.
Okay, sounds good. That's now in evidence as Exhibit 162.
So now Exhibit 162.
Ms. Gilman, can we have that text thread up? So you said contact information when you referred to paint. Did you create that, or is that from the phone?
That was pulled during the extraction process of the phone.
So, but you don't do anything to put that number as paint?
No, I do.
The phone, Celebrite, through examining the data, gives you that contact information?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this first entry, what is the significance of this bubble being in green?
Green means it was sent by the owner, the number ending in 8646.
And then underneath, so the from and to, who is this from?
That is from Brian Walsh.
And who is it to?
The number ending in 2005 with the contact paint associated.
What is the body of the text?
Hello, Brian Walsh, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, 617-939-8646. New address from last time. Thank you.
And can you tell whether or not this text was actually sent?
Yes.
How so?
The status in the bottom left says,
And so then there's a time and date at the bottom. What is that indicative? What is that telling you?
the date and time the text message was sent.
Can we scroll down to the next message? Sir, looking at this message, who is the sender of it?
Brian Walsh.
To who?
The contact of paint.
And in the body of the text, is it fair to say it's just images?
It appears to be 2 images, yes.
And was it sent?
Yes.
And can we scroll down to the final one? The final text, who is sending it?
Brian Walsh.
And what does the body of it say?
Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
What was the date and time of that text?
January 6th, 2023, 7:49 a.m.
Can you close out of that, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. Can I approach you, Robert?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm showing you another report and asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a report you created from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini text messages?
Yes, sir.
And what is the last 4 digits, or actually, what is the number the text message is being sent to, last 4 digits?
The number ends in 5605.
5605.
Yes, sir.
And this is printed on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 pages, but on 1 piece of paper.
Yes,
All right. And you created this using the Celebrite.
I did.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next exhibit.
Any objection? The Celebrate report between 8646 and 5605 is now in evidence as Exhibit 163.
Gilman, can we have that text thread between 8646 and number ending in 5605? Thank you. Sir, who's sending the first text in this thread?
Brian Walsh.
And can you tell us the body of this text?
Hello, I called MGH, South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's. They don't have Anna. Thank you for your support, Brian. Please let us know if you have any updates.
What was now under this it says, there's a section that says delivered.
Yes.
What does that mean?
When the text message was delivered to the receiving party.
How is that different than the other timestamp in the bottom?
Because it could be sent, it was sent approximately 4 seconds before it was delivered to the device itself.
I'm sorry, I talked over you. This status, it indicates that it was sent as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could we scroll down, Ms. Gilman, to the next text in the thread? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And so what's the significance of blue?
It is an incoming text message.
And incoming to the 8646 number.
That is correct.
And what is the body of this text?
Hugh Dunleavy, 1-347-913-2053.
And this text, this has a red line on it. What does that mean?
That's when the message was read on the device.
And in addition, there's a status. Does that also indicate it's red?
Yes, sir.
And then the last timestamp, what is that telling you?
That's when it was delivered.
Can we scroll down to the next text? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And can you read the body of this text?
Hi, Brian. I believe Hugh has been in touch with you and understand the police are taking over. I adore Anna, thinking of you and the boys. Please let me know if you need anything. Teresa.
And can you tell if this text was read?
Yes.
At what time?
It was January 4th, 2023 at 8:10 p.m.
And can we continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Who's sending this next text, sir?
This is Brian Walsh.
Or the phone associated with Brian Walsh?
Yes, the phone associated with Brian Walsh.
And just to be clear, you don't know who's sending the actual text. You just know the phone is sending it.
Correct.
Okay. And so can you read the body of the text?
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Anna had any vacation days this week. Thank you again. Best, Brian. P.S. We adore Anna too. Looking forward to her coming home soon. And she spoke very highly of you always. I am.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:12 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the final text? And who's sending this? Which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, what's the body of this text?
Last question. Are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:17 p.m.
May I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, sir.
Is this an additional report of text messages you created from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
And this corresponds to a contact. What's the contact name?
Alyssa.
And the other phone number associated with this text thread is 8646?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
So it's between 8646 and another number, or just Alyssa?
Another number ending in 2189.
2189 it is. The text message thread between the iPhone mini 8646 and 2189 is now in evidence as Exhibit 164.
Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to page 2, the top text? Sir, this is blue, this top text. Who's sending it?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Thank you so much, Brian. Happy New Year. Hope you're well. 4.
And when was this read?
January 2nd, 2023, 3:05 p.m.
And scrolling down to the next one in green, which phone's sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, on this text, what does the body say?
Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And when was this delivered?
January 3rd, 2023 at 10:34 a.m.
And scrolling down to the next text, who's sending, which phone is sending this? Which phone number?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Hey Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu. Super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And what was the date and time that this was read?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the next one? Which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
And can we scroll down past that? One more. Thank you. To the top of page 4. Thank you. Looking at the top of page 4, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Did you ever hear back? Question mark.
What is the date and time that it was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:10 a.m.
The next text in the thread, which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
No, they are looking for her at work now.
When was this delivered?
January 4th, 2023, 10:19 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report?
Yes, sir.
Is that another report you were able to create from messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And this has a contact associated with it. What is the contact's name?
Alexandra,
And what are the last 4 digits of Alexandra's contact?
5332.
And the other phone number associated with this thread is 8646?
Yes, sir.
And does this contain the messages of that thread?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. The Celebrate report between the iPhone mini 8646 and 5332, that text thread is now in evidence.
I think it's I know it's a little pedantic and boring, but I think it's good for the state to be laying all of this foundation of how many people Brian lied to, how many different stories he told, and who he told the different stories to. because according to the defense, Brian is going to take the stand. And just like a self-defense case, Brian's going to have to be believable. And, you know, showing every one of these instances where he lied to try to protect himself or hide what really went on, you know, the jury's going to notice that, and they're going to be able to, you know, use that information throughout that they've gathered throughout the trial to decide whether they find Brian credible or not. And, you know, he's lying to a bunch of different people, telling them all different stories.
As 165.
Sir, what is Viber?
Viber is another messaging app.
And this text thread, did this utilize Viber?
Yes, sir.
And so Celebrite reads Viber text messages just like it reads the regular text messages.
Yes, it has the ability to extract it, yes.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions about this Viber text thread with the Alexandra contact. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that up, please. Could you scroll down to the next text? Thank you. If you could stop right there. Sir, this green bubble, which number is sending this one?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Happy New Year. Have you heard from Anna? She has been out of contact longer than normal. Speak soon.
What is the date and time associated with this text?
January 3rd, 2023, 10:35 a.m.
And below that, is there a response?
Yes.
And these, because they're Viber, they also show up in green and blue, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I shouldn't say because they're Viber, but they, like the other text messages, they show up in green and blue.
Yes.
Okay. So which number is sending this text?
The number ending in excuse me, the number ending in 5332.
And what is the response?
Hello, no, I haven't. Last time was on 3112.
And what was the time of this text?
January 3rd, 2023 at 11:24 a.m.
I'd now like to scroll down to the first message on page 3.
Excuse me, that was 11:21 a.m.
11:21 a.m.
Yes.
So if we look at the first text message, the first message on page 3, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this message?
She had to leave early due to an emergency at one of the buildings. She left early on Sunday morning. I didn't have my phone till last night because William hid it in his bed. Thomas found it. I wasn't worried at first, but she has never been this long out of communication. I will call her work tomorrow morning.
And what is the date and time with this message?
January 3rd.
That is not me.
Green bubble. Which phone number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
I know. Let me if you get in touch with her. I will let you know when I speak to her.
What is the date and time associated with that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:12 p.m.
And then the next message beneath that, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that message?
That means no communication for almost days.
Now, if we could go to page 11.
Howdy.
And if, looking at the blue bubble, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that?
If she's not at work tomorrow, or if they haven't heard from her, what are you going to do? Question mark.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:25 p.m.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Looking at the green bubble, which one sends that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
Call everybody she knows in DC and then file missing persons. Let's hope there's an explanation.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, could you go to page 12? Scrolling down, the second message on page 12. Which number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
They can't find her at work.
And what is the date and time of that?
January 4th, 2023, 10:33 a.m.
And if, Ms. Gilman, could we go to page 14? And could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Ms. Gilman, could you stop? Looking at the last message on page 14, who is the sender of that? What number?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that text?
I think that you need to report this ASAP.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 4th, 2023, 10:59 a.m.
And I foresee this direct going into tomorrow morning.
You may.
Showing you this, is this another one of the reports you created via Celebrate of a text thread?
Yes, sir.
And does this involve 3 numbers?
Yes.
So besides 8646, what is the first contact that's associated with this text thread?
A number ending in 7966.
And what is the name of that contact?
Anna, new, and then a number sign.
And then what is the other phone
Awesome.
number associated with this thread?
A number ending in 6708.
And what is the contact name?
Gem.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which would be a text thread between 8646, 7966, 6708, and 670.
Thank you. Any objection to that? Now in evidence says 166. Bless you.
I think it's just procedural, and for decorum, I think it's just kind of a respectful way. And it lets everyone and the bailiffs maybe know if there's going to be someone moving around the courtroom, especially in a criminal case. You probably want to announce if you're going to be moving or things like that, especially if there's bailiffs. But that's my educated guess. I don't know exactly.
Ms. Gilman, may we have this published? Looking at the first message, sir, it's blue. What number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this?
It is a picture.
And then above the picture, is there any words?
I love my necklace, exclamation.
And then under recipient, what does it say? Participant, sorry, I just read it.
The number ending in 8646.
And does it acknowledge what time it was read?
Yes.
What time was it read?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down, please, Ms. Gilman. Who's sending this text? What number?
The number ending in 6708.
Gem?
Yes.
And what is the body of this?
Last night was so good, exclamation, thank you.
What is the date and time of this text that it was read?
It was read January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down to the next text, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
The chef, world class, and company equally so.
And when was this read according to the phone?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the top text on page 3? On the top text of page 3, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Looking good, buddy. Thomas just found my phone. It was in William's bed. Another amazing New Year Eve together as a triumvirate. Looking good in your new necklace.
And scrolling down to the final text. Which sender is this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
My new necklace made a big splash yesterday as I wore it everywhere. I got double takes in the streets and at Whole Foods in Swampscott.
And what was the time that text was read?
January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 p.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you another text thread. Is this another one that was created, another report you were able to create from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And does this only have 2 numbers associated with it?
Yes.
What are the 2 numbers associated with it?
The number ending in 8646
Yes, sir.
and the number ending in 6708.
And that also has a contact designation of Jem.
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. And the text thread between 8646 and 6708.
Any objection? The text of thread between 8646 and 6708 is in evidence as 167. $167?
Okay, so the texter, sorry about that. So Jim would be the gentleman that came over to the Walsh household on New Year's Eve. He was the last person to ever interact with Anna outside of Brian. And basically, he left the house. He hasn't been on the stand yet, but according to kind of every interview that Brian's given and that's put in, at around 12:31, at the latest, maybe 1:15, he left the house. So that's kind of where they're going. And I believe one of the kids made like macaroni necklaces to give out to people. So I think that's the necklace they're referencing. But it seems like I believe Jim and Brian went on to have a lot of text when Jem was under the impression that Anna was truly missing. So I think we'll be getting into those texts now.
Directing your attention to the top of page 2 of this thread.
Could you have a publisher?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I neglected to ask that. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's been a
Appreciate
long
it.
day, and this is
Ms.
some
Gilman,
very
if we could go to the
dense
top of page 2.
testimony.
And I imagine, Trooper, it's a whole lot easier to see it now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is the sender of this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this first message?
Merry Xmas to you, buddy. I miss you. Merry Xmas to all of you.
Date and time?
December,
That it was read.
December 25th, 2022, 9:45 a.m.
Going down to the next text, who's the sender of that next one?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of that say?
Her phone is going directly to voicemail.
And what was the date and time that this message was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:54 a.m.
And the next text in that thread? Which number sends that?
6708.
And what is the body of that?
Any news? Question mark. Have you alerted everybody at her work and the DC police? Question mark.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to page 4. In the middle of that, which is the sender of this blue text?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of it say?
Hey, buddy, can you send me the photos we took on New Year's Eve, NYE ?
What was the date and time it was read?
January 5th, 2023, 11:17 a.m.
And the next thread, the next text down, sir? What number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that text?
All the photos were taken on Anna's phone. I don't have any.
And when was that text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Would you like to?
Interesting. It looks.
I was just listening to this ordinance.
What a gentleman.
Okay, so it does look like there are objections in this particular text. What is going on here? Is he crying? Is he trying to stay awake? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you guys. About right now in the day is where I rely on caffeine. And this is incredibly dense and kind of repetitive information. So I can imagine everyone's a little tired. But I wonder what they are objecting to in these particular text messages, because this is the first time that the defense has had an objection to, at least from this particular phone, to text messages coming in. So I do wonder if there's something maybe photograph-wise or something like that that's in there that they want to, maybe talk about. Or maybe they are talking about leaving early today. I don't know. This judge is pretty good about keeping them on task and, working until the end of the day. So I doubt that that's their plea, but Brian has looked steadily out of it all day today. Again, a lot more of those nerves are showing. He did seem nervous today, but then he also seemed kind of out of it. Interesting. Okay, we're on day 4. I don't know why we went to it.
You mean the prior sentencing memo?
Yes.
No, this is from... Is that where it just ends?
The length of the call.
And
okay, wait. All right. That was odd. Let's do the time warp again.
Until the parties move it in and I move it in. The numbered exhibits are the ones that you will have as evidence with you in the back.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
So, Chris, I'm showing you what's been marked I for ID. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it is a text message report created by me on Celebrate.
Okay. And can you tell us the two numbers that are associated with this?
Yes, the first number is ending in 8646.
Okay.
And the
second number?
The second number is the number ending in 7966.
And who are the contacts designated with this?
The 8646 is Brian Walshe, and the 7966 is Anna New.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Understand that this has been marked for ID, Your Honor. Is it appropriate to publish it and ask questions about it? If not, I can move on.
Well,
I'll move on. It's not a problem.
all
I've
right.
got something else to do. I can keep busy.
This guy is so positive.
The final report I want to ask you about, sir. I'm going to show it to you, but I want to show it to counsel first. Can I approach your Honor?
Yes.
It's the last report I want to ask you about today, sir.
Yes.
What is this, sir?
This is the call log report from
Please, I interrupted you. Sorry.
that I exported from Cellbrite from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, the call log report, is that every call on the iPhone 13 mini?
No, this was only a certain date range.
Okay. And certain numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so this call log report for the iPhone 13 mini, you created this?
I did.
Okay. And what was the date range you were looking to create this for?
This was, December 25th, 2022 through January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. And I would seek to move this as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 168. That's the call log report between the dates of 12/25/22, 1/3/23 for the iPhone 13 mini.
Not as of yet.
Thank you. 168. Now, Your Honor, may I publish 168?
You may.
Thank you. On 168, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the columns. Under parties, what does that designate?
Who the call took place between the two calling parties.
And timestamp, I take it, is the same as it's been last. What's duration?
The length of the call.
And when you see source info and it's biome and knowledge C, what is the significance of biome?
Again, it was another in the iOS 16 when that came out. Biome was a newer database from Apple, so this data is going to be in two different places.
So at this point in time, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12, item 143. What phone number is being called, sir?
This is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the phone call?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
33 seconds.
And if we could scroll up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And could we go up a little bit further to the next page, please? Continuing. All right. So, Ms. Gilman, can you please continue up to further up, please? There we are. On item number 129, what is the timestamp of that, 129?
December 25th, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
And what number is being called?
It's an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the duration of that call?
1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds.
And could you continue up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Directing your attention to item 123 on page 10. What number is making the phone call?
This is an incoming call from 7966.
And what is the duration of this call?
1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
And what is the timestamp on this call?
December 25th, 2022 at 4:11 p.m.
Now, if we could go to item number 13, I believe it's the top of page 2. Bless you. Sir, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the call?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
4 minutes, 5 seconds.
And if we could continue up from there, Ms. Gilman? Going to item number, pause if I may. Could we go to item number 9? What is the number what number is making that phone call?
Number 9, you said, sir?
Number 9?
Number 9. Incoming call from number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
December 31st, 2022, 7:27 p.m.
And what is the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Looking at the item above it, item number 8, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:28 a.m.
And how long is that call?
15 seconds.
Does that mean that the phone's connected if it's 15 seconds?
No.
What can happen? What is an alternative explanation then?
Voicemail.
And do you see can we go up to 7 through 1? Do you see any incoming calls from the 7966 from entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And do you see any calls longer than 17 seconds in entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
And Your Honor, may I approach in that sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I won't say that there was anything as bad as yesterday where, it turns out that Brian did look at divorce somewhere in between all the dismemberment searches. So I am, kind of interested to see what it is they're going into sidebar about. It might again be scheduling. This judge seems to be very on top of, hey, what is the anticipated schedule today? Do you have people lined up? And the state, for their part, has kept on board extra witnesses so that if they end with one early, like yesterday, there wasn't a lot of cross on a lot of the witnesses. So they went out of their way to make sure that there were extra witnesses that they could go through to keep the trial moving ahead.
Before the 4 o'clock hour. I know it's been a long day for you. I appreciate your attentiveness. You may catch me frequently. I know a number of you have, looking over and making sure everybody's still able to do their jobs. And I think I've said this to you a number of times. Sitting is very difficult all day. You're doing a marvelous job at it. You're all attentive, and I appreciate, and I know the parties appreciate your continued attentiveness to the case. And I appreciate your obedience to the rules, and I'm going to remind you again before we leave today. Don't approach any social media or any news media. Don't do any research about the case. Talk to anyone about the case and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. I remind you tomorrow, 9 to 1. Have a good night, jurors.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
He's a little more alert to now, but it seems like the only time he does smile and is with his female attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just going through the click, click, click in my brain to see if there's anything that I need to raise with you right now. And I think I'm going to hold off on the few things that are in my mind because I think they're a little bit premature. So, I will start working on my main task in the next 24 hours. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to discuss before I get off the bench?
No, Your Honor.
And anything that the defense needs to discuss before I get off the bench? No, Your Honor. Thanks for your work today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so that was day 4 in the can, and you guys are in luck because at the end of each stream, I do a breakdown. Now, basically, I take this breakdown that I do for you guys, and then I chop it into a video, and that premieres at 7. So if you see something that comes up that says breakdown of day 4, if you're here, you're basically getting the same thing. I just, once I am done with my computer at the end of the day, I have no desire to do another video. So I do it at the end of my stream. So today, day 4 started out with some interesting judgments and rulings. Now, if you guys haven't been on this trial since the beginning, right around the first day of voir dire or jury selection, Brian Walshe actually decided to plead guilty to two of the 3 charges he was facing. He pled guilty to obstruction of justice and the movement or illegal burying of the body. Now, he was looking at between 10 to 20 years for the obstruction of justice and 3 or so years for the movement of the body. Now, I did find it as odd, and I did remark on it on the first day's breakdown, that the first day of trial, his defense attorney came in and asked if he was going to be sentenced that day prior to the trial even going through. Now, the judge did seem a bit taken aback, but she wasn't against it. She just wanted the state to have a chance to get victim impact statements for those 2 crimes together. But then on further thought and in response to some motions that the defense was trying to push through, basically, the defense wanted her to sentence this prior to the conviction or the innocence of the murder charge. But this crime, the relative sentence is different depending on if you did this crime in commission of a life-ending event. So she went ahead and put on the record that she was going to hold off on sentencing because she felt it could create a big issue if she went ahead and sentenced him, let's say to the max, and then the jury acquitted him. She would basically have wrongfully charged him with an aggravator that basically linked it to the murder that he would have then been exonerated for. Now, there was some back and forth about the William Fasto text coming in, and basically the judge went ahead and said that all of the text messages were going to come in. Now, they didn't go over every message or things like that, but the jury will have a chance to see those if they come in. So that's basically all that was. The first witness was William Fasto. He is the gentleman that Anna was having an affair with. He met Anna through her looking for a, townhouse in the DC area for her new apartment down there and her new job. Basically, he really hadn't talked to Brian other than some, phone conferences or teleconferences about different things, with the townhouse. Now, he was pretty open that within weeks of Anna moving for the most part to DC, they became friends and more. So he does, completely admit that they went from 0 to 60 fairly fast. Now, the judge did explain to the jury that all of these things, kind of Mr. Fasto's impressions of how Anna was doing and what was going on in the marriage. Basically, the only reason that this information came in was to give sort of a present sense of mind of what Anna felt at the time of, or right around the time of her disappearance and death. So basically, he did provide his text messages across various mediums to the police, but he did admit under defense cross that he did delete some of those text messages due to personal embarrassment. My speculation is they were dong pics, but any cringy, sexual messages, kind of glad he left out of there. But that does give the jury, a little bit more to think about whether they take all of this information, how much stock they give in this information after finding out that he did delete some. Now, he indicated that he and Anna had gotten pretty serious, or as serious as you can with their side piece that you're banging. I don't know. And that they had, been talking about meeting after the holidays in order to discuss, their 1, 3, 5, 10-year plans and whether those plans might include them moving forward in a relationship. Now, Mr. Fasto was separated but not divorced with his wife, and Anna was married with 3 children. So they were attempting to, look at what their lives might be about that. Mr. Fasto even expressed reluctance because his separation was fairly new in, having Anna meet his kids and things like that. So it was a bit odd. Again, my verdict is all 3 of the people, Anna, Chris, and Brian all looked like jerks in this entire exchange. Now, it did come to pass that we find out that Brian actually called Chris Fasto several times after Anna went missing. Now, Chris Fasto being, brave enough to sleep with a married woman but not answer the phone when the husband called, let it go to voicemail. And upon hearing the voicemail, Brian asking where Anna was, they did get in contact with each other, and Chris offered to go by the townhouse to see if, there was any sign that Anna was there. He was able to get into the garage with the code, but he was not able to enter the townhouse because it was locked on the inside. He did make note that Anna's Volvo Taos was not in the garage. Now, basically, according to Chris, some of the frustrations that Anna had in the marriage during the summer and into the fall of 2022 were Brian's spending. Anna was the primary breadwinner now, and she would come across credit card purchases that he didn't ask her about, and that did lead to friction. But also there was this implication that, and it was kind of the way he phrased this, so I don't know where the truth meets up, but basically there was an implication that Brian claimed that he was the primary care source for the 3 boys in order to garner sympathy in his federal case. So basically he had gotten parole and certain leniencies because he was considered the 3 boys' main caretakers. And Anna would express, I want my boys to be down with me, but Brian is considered the primary caregiver, and Now, it was cut off, but it seemed like Chris was going to say that Brian's lawyer had instructed them that this was probably the best way to keep Brian out of prison. Now, again, that wasn't finished and the comment was struck, but the jury still heard it. So if they have functional brain cells, they might put two and two together and realize that Brian may use and manipulate everything in order to, benefit himself. Now, the next address, or the next person, sorry, I know this. Oh, yes. The next person was Christopher Murphy. He was a painter that Brian had actually contacted. He had done some work before for the Walshes, and Brian had contacted him about the hole in the ceiling, sending him photos. And that was around January the 5th. And then we get into Susan Garland, and she was the owner of the Bar Method gym, the bar gym that Anna would go to when she was in the Massachusetts area. And she, in fact, had had some correspondence as late as 12/31, so December the 31st, about Anna wanting to sign up for unlimited, classes for the coming month because she had planned to be in the Massachusetts area longer. So that was one that the defense really didn't question. Then you had Ashley Simone and she was actually the instructor who taught Anna in the very last class that she attended before her disappearance. So she actually taught her at 12 on the 31st at around 9:15. She claimed that Anna didn't seem anywhere, like there was anything wrong. She was her normal self. So that's basically all that we got from her. The next person that came up was Jeanette Cotter, and she was actually someone who just ran into Anna on the 31st. They chatted, getting their nails done. So, just sort of random people, but they chatted about, their kids and work and things like that. So we are able to get sort of an idea of where Anna was going in the last days of her life. Or day of her life. The next person was Julie Bassler. She was, I believe, the manager at the Kindercare Daycare Center that all three of the boys had gone to, and then the oldest boy transitioned out of when he was starting going to public school. But at the time of the incident, the two younger boys were still enrolled there. And she talked about how Brian was the primary person that would be doing the drop-off and pickups, though sometimes Grandma, Brian's mother, did accompany them. And she went ahead to talk about Brian was generally, when he would bring the boys in, he would take a detour through the office area to get to the boys' classrooms a little faster. Now, she did make note that the 3rd and 4th of January 2023, Brian went an unusual way. He avoided the office. Usually he was one for kind of a chat and small talk. And on those 2 days, again, nothing that really brought out alarms at the time, but she did, it was out of the realm of normal enough that she did make note of the fact that he seemed, distracted, busy, in a hurry, and kind of deviated from his norm. Now, the defense, did bring up that, hey, did he seem like he was busy? They made a point of asking about backpacks that the boys would bring into school. I'm not quite sure why they went ahead and talked about the backpacks, because the defense attorney made a big point about the backpacks and them having a change of clothes that never really went anywhere after that. We then had Sandra Waldrop Hempel, and she was the manager and maintenance person for the Claremont Hotels near Abington, I believe. I can't even read my own handwriting. She was a hoot and a holler. I loved her. She was a breath of fresh air in the afternoon when you're getting a little tired. She was the one that provided security footage that basically showed the Tahoe, the Volvo Tahoe, going into her apartment complex. And then we have footage of someone who looks a hell of a lot like Brian parking by a trash can dumpster in the back of the property and throwing trash in there. Now, she did indicate that people from the public are not allowed to just go in there and throw their trash away, and that she knew all of her residents' cars, and this was not, a typical member or resident, and she didn't recognize that. So she gave all of that into to the state. The last witness, and I do believe he'll probably be a longer witness in the morning tomorrow, was Connor Keefe, trooper for the Massachusetts State Police out of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. He's a cell phonologist, though he constantly looks shocked that he's even allowed in the courtroom. I don't know. His face always looks surprised to me. I'm going to be honest with you guys. There was a lot of very dense information. Now, he was going over the devices, basically the iPad Mini 6, the regular iPad, and then also the Mini 13 iPhone, as well as, I believe, Brian's mother's phone. So he kind of goes down and breaks down all the cell phonology of that. He talks about how he was doing extractions, kind of where he got all of the location data. Now, it is interesting that they were able to locate Brian being very close to dumpsters, and that's what led to them pulling the dumpsters and trash compactors. And it seems like his mother, again, tended to travel in the same areas he did for certain days. I will have to go back and rewatch this footage because I am not the best at directions at cell phones, and I was writing as fast as I can. So I tend to go back and rewatch, especially cell phone type stuff, because I am not great at it. But they did go through a ton of different location points and showed where Brian's phone was located, where certain items were discarded, and where certain items were purchased, such as the Tyvek or the PPE suit and things like that. And thank you, JKD Buck. Norfolk and Waypow. And it's sad because I was born in a Norfolk, so I should know how to say it, but it's been a long daggone day, is all I got to say. JKD Buck, thank you so much. So again, we went through a lot of text messages and a lot of sort of things. Now, the one set of text messages that were only ID'd, and I think will probably be brought in by a different person, were the text messages between Brian and Anna. Now, he did identify that those were the records that he extracted, but I'm guessing they're going to have another person come in to give those text messages, or there might be motions in limine that I was unaware of that pertain to the text messages between Anna and Brian. So that's probably what we'll be looking forward. That's where we'll probably be starting tomorrow, is my guess. I do hope that the female defense attorney is the one that is helming this cross, because the gentleman defense attorney has the faintest, foggiest fuck how the internet works. And it is painful to listen to a trooper try to explain the internet to Old Man River when I have just enough tech skills to know that this is not how any of this works. So I do hope that at least if we have to deal with that tomorrow, we have a shorter day. The judge did say that she either has continuing education or another trial that she is taking care of on her docket. So on Fridays for this trial, for however long it lasts, that will be a half day. Now, I do want to talk about how Brian is looking. The first 2 days, he seemed to be fairly confident and, kind of talking, chatting with his female attorney, looking everyone directly in the eye. That all changed yesterday about the time that they started showing pictures of what was found in the individual trash bags, the items that were collected or that were covered in presumptive blood. You could visibly see him become incredibly anxious. An odd mix of pale on the face and very red in the neck. He had been sort of fidgety yesterday, but it was very noticeable at the end. He looked somewhat defeated. This morning, my first impression of what he looked like is, again, I'm not a doctor, high as balls. He looked out of it. He looked zoned out of it. He's only started to show a little bit of movement and personality within the last couple hours. I noticed a lot of today he was yawning. So, I can speculate about that. I'm not sure. What I do think is that I will be interested to see if he wants to continue this trial after a full weekend of sitting and thinking about it, because I think it's a very different ball game to imagine yourself sitting in a courtroom watching, some fairly graphic evidence that you're accused in and actually having to sit there. I also think that he's looking at the jury and they're not buying this ridiculous story. I think he's always been able to charm people, always been able to kind of schmooze, and it's not working for him right now because he picked the dumbest damn story ever. I mean, this is on the genius level of Sarah Boone. We were playing hide and seek. I mean, in fact, Sarah Boone probably put more, cognitive thought effort into it than this guy did. So that's where we stand. I'm of two minds. 63% says he goes ahead and pleads, and the other percentage says he is too damn stubborn and narcissistic, and he is going to die thinking that he can get on the stand and make everyone believe his story. So I'm really of two minds, but with his behavior the last 2 days, I do wonder if we're going to come in on Monday to a plea. I mean, this is trying to predict humans. We are crazy, irrational people who don't go by logic. So, this is why I don't gamble. But I hope that you guys have appreciated my coverage on this. So this breakdown will be going up at 7. If you know someone who wants to get into the trial, I do have breakdowns of every day so far. And that way you can catch up tomorrow if you want. And thank God it's a shorter day tomorrow because good Lord, I forget how long these days are, but we will continue to stay on this schedule so we can, zoom on through lunch and usually catch up to them by the end of the day. That way, we're not wasting time. I hate ceiling fan Dion as much as the next person. I will see you tomorrow morning with weekend, or no, it is Thursday. Is it today? What today is? I'm glad I'm having a wonderful day. Yes, Friday tomorrow. So Friday weekly wrap up with Shizzy. If you need to get some laugh abs, we find the weird, wacky, and ridiculous all over the interwebs, including some of the most stinking hilarious clips. They are never safe for work. Always have your earbuds in. But Friday, we get the party started, and then we will head into the trial. And then we'll just wing it after that. I don't know. But I wish you guys all a good evening. I will catch you guys in the morning. And, thank you. Remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but have a sassy mouth and carry a can of bitch fire, because someday you might realize that you signed yourself up for a career of constantly listening to Cellbrite data that you don't want to learn about. But in every life, some rain must fall. And if all I have to do is listen to digital data, it too shall pass. Bye, you guys. And JKD Bug, I am not quite sure. Not quite sure. You can ask him tomorrow. Sorry, my brain just kind of farted out. Yeah, I would ask him tomorrow because I am not sure. And I don't want to, send out any false information. So have a great night, you guys. I'm going to go get some food and probably go to sleep. No joke, probably just, lay down and, veg out so I can have energy for tomorrow morning. I will see you all then. Bye.